Today's days, everybody likes to watch online. I'm always mistaken. Okay, welcome. Good morning, everyone. Good Chodesh, Gebench the Chodesh, and good Yar to everyone. Thank you for coming. Today is a very special program. This is a morning kollel for Mashiach's days. We've got to start somewhere. Why not start in Los Angeles, all the way at the other, down and under, the other side of the world? From there, the whole idea of Mashiach's coming has to do with the elevation of all of creation and all of the world. In order to pick something up, you have to pick it up from the bottom, from the lowest point, then you can lift the whole thing. So we lift things up from Los Angeles. The 9 days, a time of mourning for the Beis HaMikdash, and we can sit and be sad and mourn, or we can turn our mourning into a yearning, especially as we come closer, and everybody senses these days that we're very close, based on all the simanim that Chazal tell us, and you can feel it in the air. We're very close, and the fact that we can have Asar Shayoshvin, 10 Yidden, and the Shekhinah is amongst us, and in which we're dedicating a morning in the 9 days to study all the matters regarding not Negeya L'Zman Hazeh, Negeya only B'Zman Moshiach, is showing that we take Mashiach and the Geula and seriously. The Chafetz Chaim asked in his days already how people Kahanim should learn Kachim and so on and so forth, because if we believe in it, then it's got to be real. So how can you not investigate and research halacha l'maisa? So it's very special. We have with us today for the first class Rabbi David Revah, who's the rabbi in Adas Torah and Pico. I taught his children. Our kids were friends in school, and it's very, very special to have him here to give the first class. Today's first class is going to be on the subject of the restoration of the Sanhedrin and smicha. These are things that we had for about, I would say, I don't know, from when the Yidden went out of Mitzrayim, from Moshe Rabbeinu, until after a certain period of time after the destruction of the second temple, probably I would say close to 1,500 years or 2,000 years, no, maybe about 1,500 years, and it needs to come back, Be'ezus Hashem, with the coming of Mashiach, much bigger and much stronger than ever before. So how is that connection going to be made? We give it over to Rabbi Revah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. So if you close your eyes, you think the first visit you're going to make to the Beis HaMikdash, it's Hashem. So what are you hoping to see and to do? So of course, we'd love to bring a carbon. We want to see the Kohanim and the Avoda. We want to see the Leviim doing the Shira. We want to see all Klal Yisrael together. We want to perceive the Shekhinah. So those are all the things we're hoping to be able to see and do when we get to the Beis HaMikdash. But there's something else in the Beis HaMikdash. At the Beis HaMikdash also housed the Sanhedrin Hagadol. So the Sanhedrin Hagadol was the Supreme Court. It was a court of 71 judges, and there was actually in the Lishkas Hagazis, it was in the Beis HaMikdash himself, in Eretz Yisrael. So when you come to the Beis HaMikdash also, besides the Kohanim and the Leviim, you get to see the greatest Chachamim in Eretz Yisrael in action as part of the Sanhedrin Hagadol. What was the role of the Sanhedrin Hagadol? What did they have to do? So they did have a legislative role in halacha, that they would dash in the psukim and they would legislate halacha. But besides that, certain very big cases had to be brought to the Sanhedrin Hagadol. But they also the final stop in halacha. So like today we have the Havdil, the making decisions. Eventually, some of the decisions reach the Supreme Court. Once they decide, all the courts are bound by the decision of the Supreme Court. So similarly, we have questions in halacha. You'll have different rabbanim, batidinim, paskening differently like we have today. But eventually, the question is taken to the Sanhedrin Hagadol once they decide, so you can't disagree. Everybody was bound to follow. So it created a much more uniformed halacha. So minhagim, we can have many minhagim. Each community, each shevet can have their own minhagim. That's the beauty of Klal Yisrael, is different minhagim. But the actual halacha, there was one uniformed halacha, which was eventually decided by the Sanhedrin Hagadol, And then if somebody would disagree, he would be a Zakin Mamre if he would rule differently than the decision of the Sanhedrin Hagadol. Now, Sanhedrin Hagadol is really the head of a whole court system. We had to have Shoftim v'Shoitrim. There was a court system in every single city in Klal Yisrael. The court would judge Dinei Misas and Malchus and Knossos and Dinei Mamonos, and most of that we don't have today. We don't have a Beis Din today, which we'll discuss why not. We don't have really Dayanim today, according to the real halacha, what Dayanim are. And because of that, today we can't judge cases of Misa, we can't judge cases of Malchus, we can't judge cases of Knossos. The truth is we shouldn't be able to judge anything at all. We shouldn't really have any Beis Din today because we don't really have Dayanim with the what they need to have, the Dayanim, the smicha, as we'll see. But the Gemara tells us that in the time of the Gemara, there was a Beis Din functioning in Eretz Yisrael, but not in Chutz La'aretz. Because as we'll see, Beis Din has to have smicha, and smicha was only given in Eretz Yisrael and not in Chutz La'aretz. So the Gemara says, how did Beis Din function in Chutz La'aretz at all? If there was no smicha, so how did it work in Chutz La'aretz? So the Gemara says, Shlichusayu ka'avdinan, that the Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz were the agents of the Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. So the Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael was able to empower them to act as their shliach in order to judge the case. So even if they didn't have the smicha, which we'll learn about, that's what we're going to talk about today, but they were able to still act as the agents of the Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. Now, we showed him say once the smicha was gone, even in Eretz Yisrael. So today there's no dayanim anywhere, but we are shluchim of the original Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. We are shluchim of the last Beis Din, or some Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. We're acting as their agents to still judge the cases. But the Gemara tells us they only made us shluchim when it was necessary. It's a kind of a b'di'evet situation that you're not really dayanim, but you're acting like agents for the dayanim who aren't even alive anymore. So the Gemara says, well, things which were really necessary for it to function, you have to have a basic court system to judge regular cases. So then we became shluchim for them. Things which weren't really necessary, like knossos, cases which were unusual, so they never empowered us to be shluchim, and therefore we can't go ahead and judge. So we're lacking today even a court system for regular halachas. For many regular halachas, we don't have a court system that can judge because we don't have the proper dayanim according to the Torah. One other big thing which will change once we have the restoration of Beis Din is Kiddush HaChodesh. So Kiddush HaChodesh means that the Torah says the real way to determine the months is that every month 2 witnesses are supposed to see the moon. When they see the moon, they would come into Beis Din. They would testify that they saw the new moon. And based on their testimony, Beis Din would be Mekadesh the Chodesh. This was so important that they could even break Shabbos in order to go to Beis Din and to testify. Now, at some point, Hillel, which we'll learn about, realized that we're not going to have Bati Dinim anymore. How are we going to continue with the months? So Hillel created a calendar, and he made a Kiddush for all the months until Mashiach is coming. So we work with the calendar today. Now, the calendar seems to be a pretty efficient way of doing things, more efficient than having witnesses coming in. Every single month you have to wait for the witnesses. You can't really make a chassan invitation and put their wedding's going to be in this date. Well, you don't know the date until the actual month comes. But so we would think it's a pretty good system that we have today, but that's not what the Torah wanted. The Torah wanted a dynamic system where every month it has to be decided by Beis Din. It's not set for years. Oh, this month it's a decision. When should be the Chodesh, and therefore things are fresh and things are new. So we're going to go back to that system of having witnesses determine when there's Chodesh. We can't do that today because we don't have a real Beis Din today. But once we get back to a real Beis Din, we'll go back to the way the Torah really wanted it to be done, which is through witnesses coming in every single month and making a Kiddush HaChodesh that month. So these are the things which we don't have today because of the lack of beis din. There's another thing relevant to this year. We don't do Yovel right now, but there are many reasons. But one of the reasons is that Yovel required beis din to count the years. This is the first year, the second year, 30th year, 40th year. When we don't have a beis din, there couldn't be a Yovel, even if the other conditions were met, because you need a beis din to be able to count until the 50th year. So these are all the things which we're going to get back when we have Mashiach comes, and could be the Rambam tells us even before Mashiach comes, and we'll have a return of the beis din. So what's missing? Why can't we just make a beis din today? Take some qualified people with great Talmidei Chachamim today too, and form a beis din. What are we lacking that we can't form a beis din right now? So the Gemara tells us that beis din required a smicha. Required a smicha means that they were empowered by someone who else had smicha to be a dayan. So to get a smicha, you have to get it from somebody who had a smicha too. And that, the Gemara tells us, a chain going all the way back to Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu gave smicha to Yeshua. Yeshua gave smicha to the Zirkind, and there was a continuous chain of the smicha. And if you have a smicha, you could be a dayan. At some point, which we'll learn, this chain was broken, and there was not a continuation of the smicha, and because of that, we don't have dayanim today who had smicha. Because we don't have dayanim today, we have smicha. We can't have a real dayan. So even though we might have Talmidei Chachamim who have the knowledge to be a dayan, but they're lacking the smicha, they're lacking the empowerment to be a dayan from that continuous chain going back to Moshe Rabbeinu. And therefore, we can't really establish a beis din today. So what we're going to discuss today is how are we going to do it when Mashiach comes? If we don't have a continuous chain, so then what's going to change when Mashiach comes? Or even before Mashiach comes, the sources that the Sanhedrin will be reestablished. How is that going to be reestablished if we don't have a smicha? But let's just discuss, why was the chain of smicha broken? It seems to be something which not so hard to continue. There was always Jews, there was always Jewish communities. So why was the chain of smicha broken that it couldn't be carried on? So one thing, as we said before, you have to know smicha has to be in Eretz Yisrael. So it can't be done in Chutzlans. So at some point in time, the Jewish communities of Eretz Yisrael really fell apart. They were persecuted. There weren't very many Jews in Eretz Yisrael. But even so, there were some Jews in Eretz Yisrael. The Rambam tells us that since the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, there was always a Jewish community in Eretz Yisrael. There always will be a Jewish community in Eretz Yisrael. So why was the chain of smicha broken? And doesn't sound like it's something so hard to make sure that it keeps up. So first we have a Gemara, very relevant to Tisha B'Av. And this is talking about the time after the revolt of Bar Kokhba. So the Romans were taken by surprise, because once the Jews were defeated, they thought that that's it. You defeat them, and most of the other countries they capture, you defeat them, and they become subservient to the new rulers. But 50 years after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the Jews made a rebellion. It was successful for a few years, and was very, very hard to put down. So the Romans learned that the Jews aren't the same as other people. You can't defeat them so easily. So they tried to do things that we shouldn't rebel again. One of the things that they did was they plowed the whole area of the Beis Hamikdash. So you don't, when you walk by the Beis Hamikdash and you see it destroyed, you keep on having, I want to rebuild it. What am I going to do? And that's what starts the rebellion. So if they totally plow it over, so then you don't see a Beis Hamikdash, you kind of forget it. And therefore they thought that would maybe put down the Jews. They actually forbade Jews from going into Yerushalayim. They built Yerushalayim into a non-Jewish city, and it was forbidden for a Jew to walk in. Another thing they did is that they forbade the smicha. They forbade giving smicha. Again, smicha means you have judges, so you can be a functioning society. And they figured, we don't want the Jews to have their own society, and they forbade giving smicha. But not they just forbidden giving smicha. If you look at the third source in the sheet, the Gemara says, Baram Zacha Isa Ish L'Tayv, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava Shemai. Not for him, you would not be able to continue dine knossos in Yisrael. Dine knossos, you need a basin which has smicha. So shapam achas gazo malchus harisha shmad al Yisrael. So the malchus we should try to make shmad until it's the Roman malchus. Shakol haseimich yaharig. Anybody who gives smicha will get killed. Kol hanismach yaharig. Anybody who receives smicha will get killed. Ir shasaim chabat. The city that the smicha was done, they're going to wipe out the whole city. So they weren't playing games. If you did smicha in the city, you're not just putting yourself and the person you're giving smicha to in danger, you're putting the whole population of the city. The whole outskirts of the city, they're going to uproot. So what did Yehuda ben Bava do? He didn't want to put everybody in danger. So it says he went to a place in the middle of nowhere and he gave smicha. That way, he's only putting him and the Talmidim in danger, not other people. And still the Romans found out about it. So they must have had, like the KGB's, a very good spy system that they knew exactly what was going on everywhere. So they found out about it and they came to kill them. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava blocked the path and he says he gave smicha to five Samicha, Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Shimon, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Elazar ben Shemua. He gave smicha to 5 Talmidim, and then he blocked the path and he said, you guys run away, I'm going to stop the Romans. And he stood there and he didn't allow the army to continue until they said that he was killed with 300 swords, but the Talmidim escaped. So we see that smicha was one of the things that enemies recognize as important to stop. And this time they weren't successful, but over time, it seems they were successful. So when did smicha end? So like Rabbi Wolf was saying, about year 359, so Hillel is not the famous Tana Hillel of, this is Hillel, an Amora. Hillel recognized that there was not going to be Bati Dinim in Eretz Yisrael anymore to make Kiddush HaChodesh. And as we said, how are we going to have the months if we don't have a Beis Din? So he made the Jewish calendar, which will last until Mashiach comes. And he was Mekadesh all the months until Mashiach comes. So the Rambam tells us in source 4, when did we start using the calendar? We saved Chachmei Talmud at the end of the Chachamim of the Talmud of the Gemara. At that point, Eretz Yisrael was destroyed. Based in Kavua, there wasn't any more Bati Dinim in Eretz Yisrael. So really, the Jewish community as a vibrant community ended at this point in Eretz Yisrael. We know the Ramban, when he came to Eretz Yisrael, this is 700 years later, he said there wasn't even a minyan of Jews in Yerushalayim. So there wasn't, there were different times where there were communities, but for a long time, there wasn't much of a community in Eretz Yisrael. But so that's when Hillel made the calendar. It says, Ab Yimei Chachmei Mishnah B'chein Yimei Chachmei Talmud Ad Yimei Abaye v'Rava Al Kviyas Eretz Yisrael Hayusankim. Up to the point of Abaye v'Rava, they still made Kiddush HaChodesh the right way of having a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael except Edom, and then sending out announcements to everywhere. This is the month, so you'll know which day to celebrate Yom Tov. So all the way until the end of the Amoraim, they still worked with the Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. Once Hillel saw that can't continue, so he made the calendar. Now the Rambam doesn't actually say that smicha ended then. It just says that Hillel recognized it's not going to be a Beis Din kavua, and therefore he recognized the need to make a calendar. Maybe there was an individual smicha, but the Ramban, when he quotes this, identifies that was the end of the smicha. You see the next source, the Ramban says, Batu Sanhedrin Eretz Yisrael, Batu Mumchin Mimena. Mumchin is experts who could be Dayanim. There was no longer a Mumchin in Eretz Yisrael. So the Ramban identifies this as the end point in smicha. There are some historians which say that there is proof that the smicha did continue many years later, but everybody agrees that that's the point of the Rishonim for sure. There was no smicha existing anymore. So, according to the Ramban, it already ended at the end of the Gemara. Maybe the Rambam doesn't actually say that. Maybe then a little later, but at some point the smicha ended and we don't have a smicha. Okay, so now a question becomes, so Mashiach is going to come. We're going to have Sanhedrin. How are we going to get Sanhedrin back? If we don't have a smicha, and the smicha requires a chain going back to Moshe Rabbeinu, how are we going to get the smicha back? Just one thing, just before we start, the Rambam just tells us that when they built the Beis Hamikdash, it was in the Sanhedrin was in the Beis Hamikdash. Before the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, the Sanhedrin already left the Beis Hamikdash. 40 years before, they already left the Beis Hamikdash. They went to 10 places in their travels, and the Rambam says, Sofer l'Tveria. The last place they went to is the city of Tveria. Umisham Amad Beis Hagadol Ata. Once it ended in Tveria, we haven't had a Beis Din till now. The Kabbalah hu shebetveria asidin lachser tchila. We have a tradition. The Rambam says that the Beis Din Hagadol will be reestablished in Tveria. Now, remember, the Beis Din Hagadol doesn't need Mashiach to come because it functioned after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. So the Rambam says it's going to come in Tveria. The Rambam writes in Perish and Mishnayos, it's going to come before the time of Mashiach. Already is going to be a Beis Din Hagadol. Then it says, Misham, they're talking the Mikdash, and from Tveria, they'll come to the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so let's get to the question we want to deal with. So how is smicha going to be reenacted? So the Rambam tells us in Perish and Mishnayos that Ani Sauer, so I hold. So Rambam is going to say something, he has no proof for this, but this is a svara that he holds. She'im tia haskama mikol hatalmidim v'hachamim. If all the talmidim and the chachamim will agree, limnois ish b'yeshiva, k'loimash yasei rosh, to appoint somebody as a head of the yeshiva, ubi t'nai she'izeh be'Eretz Yisrael, as long as this is in Eretz Yisrael, harei oiseh ish tiskayim lo hayeshiva. This person it will be his yeshiva, v'yeh samach, and he will be called having smicha. V'yehu achakach, it should be samach v'yismachu achakach as mishiyotza, and he can give smicha afterwards to who he wants. So the Rambam says that if all the talmidim and the chachamim will get together and agree on one person and appoint him, this person, we want to appoint him as the head, as the dayan, and he will be considered to having smicha, and he will have full-fledged smicha, and he can give smicha to other dayanim too. Why?
Even after Mashiach comes, that everybody should agree that someone should.
Right, that's we'll see. Yes, how will we get everyone to agree? Yes. So now the exactly. The Rambam actually says that in a minute. We'll see the Rambam says that. Okay. Now, why would this work? So it seems to be the idea of smicha means it's an appointment. You're appointing somebody who has the power of a dayan. A dayan is a powerful position. He can subpoena people. He can summon people to court. You can't refuse a dayan. So a dayan. So who appoints dayanim? So Moshe Rabbeinu appointed the first dayanim Yeshua, and from then, whoever was appointed as a dayan has a right to appoint future people as dayanim too. But if everybody gets together and agrees, we're willing to accept this person as a dayan, so then he can be appointed without the appointment of another. You don't need the continuous chain because the whole community, represented by the chachamim, are agreeing to appoint this person as their leader, as their dayan. And the Rambam says like this: how do I know this? You don't agree. Lo tehei efsharis mitzios based in Hagadol Yalam. We'll never be able to reestablish a Beis Din Hagadol. The Beis Din Hagadol certainly has to have smicha. Hashem already promised us that the dayanim are going to come back. I'll bring back your judges. So therefore, how are we going to make them dayanim if we don't have smicha? It says, "V'shem atayim Mashiach yimna osam Maybe you'll say, okay, Mashiach will appoint a dayan, even though the Mashiach doesn't have smicha. Well, where did the Mashiach get smicha from? How is a mukash? That's not true. Shekvar bi'arnu, shbahakdamas sifreinu zesha, Mashiach lo yosef b'torah, lo yigum imenu, lo b'torah shebiksav, lo b'torah shebapeh. The Mashiach can't add or detract anything from the Torah. And if the rule is only a person who has smicha can give smicha, so Mashiach, as great as he is, doesn't have smicha. And therefore, he can't go ahead and appoint someone to be a dayan. So he says, now that's one point the Rambam says. Then he makes a second point. Ani Savasha Sanhedrin Toshuv Lifnei Hiskalas Mashiach. I think that the Sanhedrin is going to come back even before Mashiach comes back. So sounds like he's saying a second reason why it can't be Mashiach, because Sanhedrin will be established before Mashiach comes. That's one of the signs that Mashiach is coming, that Sanhedrin is being reestablished. The pasuk says, "Ashiva shavtecha kavarishona v'yotzecha kavatchila v'achrei kein yichol ikolacha ir hatzedek." First, I'm going to return your judges, and then Yerushalayim will be called the ir hatzedek. V'zeh yeh b'li safek asher yachshor Hashem libos b'nei Adam v'yir b'ma'aseh toiv v'tigdal shukosam l'Hashem v'l'Torah v'yisra b'yishum l'fnei bo Mashiach v'moshe nispire. And this will be when everybody has a tremendous desire to become close to Hashem before the time of Mashiach. So here we have the Rambam's asking a question: where is this? How's the Sanhedrin going to be reestablished? And gives an unbelievable answer on this: that if everybody agrees, then we can reestablish the Sanhedrin. Now, the Rashba asks a question that we just said that Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, one of the Asari Harugei Malchus, gets the credit for making sure that smicha is not ended, and he risked his life to make sure that smicha is not ended. What's the big deal? Let's say smicha would have been ended. So next generation, everybody will just get together and make a new smicha. Why did Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava have to risk his life? And we read about him on Yom Kippur and Tisha B'Av, when Asari Harugei Malchus, when there's just a simple fix. You can all just get together and make the smicha. And the Rambam himself answers the question, kind of like Rabbi Wolf said. Rambam says in source 8, again, he says the same thing in Yad HaChazaka, Nirin li advarim, shemiskimu kol hachachamim shebe'eretz Yisrael limnos dayanim. If all the chachamim in Eretz Yisrael agree to appoint a dayan, v'lismach osam, and give them smicha, harei elu smuchin, they are considered to have smicha, v'yeshlem lodan dinei knossos, and they can now judge dinei knossos, v'yeshlem lismach achayim, they can give smicha to the other people. Im kein, lama hayu hachachamim mitzdarin al smicha k'nei shelo yivatu dinei knossos v'sal. So he's asking a question from this Gemara. So why were the chachamim so concerned that smicha would be batal, and they risked their lives to continue smicha? Because Yisrael are spread out. The kulam, and everybody can't agree. Like we said, try get all the rabbis to agree who the one person which we want to give smicha to. So we can all know that no way is that going to happen. We saw kulam. If there are people who have smicha, so that person on his own can make the decision who he thinks to give smicha to. But if we don't have someone with smicha, so you're going to have to get everybody together. So that, like the Rambam says, it's going to happen where everybody has a big tshuka to serve Hashem. So maybe we'll be able to get together and establish Sanhedrin. But it's not going to be easy to happen. And therefore, that's why they would even risk their lives to make sure smicha comes. But the Rambam does add one thing when he writes it in the Yad HaChazaka. The only place he says this in Yad HaChazaka, he ends off saying, Hadavar tzarich echa. Still needs a proof. So the Rambam here put some doubt in what he was saying. He said this, but he says it still needs a proof that I'm still looking for a proof to prove that my svara is correct. Okay, so this story didn't end in theory. Actually came about in practice. A very famous story in Jewish history, which happened in the time of the Beis Yosef in Tzfas. So the Beis Yosef's time in Tzfas in the early 1500s was a golden age in Tzfas. You had unbelievable Chachamim Yisrael, the greatest Chachamim Yisrael living in Tzfas, like the Beis Yosef and the Mabit and the Arizal and Chaim Vital and the Alshich, and the Yehuda Alkabitz, and the Chavedim. So tremendous amount of Chachamim living in Tzfas. And there was a Rav, called the Mahari Rav, who wanted to establish smicha based on the Rambam. Let's just say who was the Mahari Rav. The Mahari Rav was born in Spain in 1492, which was the Spanish expulsion, Gorish Sfard. So he was expelled from Spain. He was 18 years old. He went to Fez in Morocco at age 18, and he became the Rav of Fez. Fez was actually a community with 5,000 families. So he must have been a pretty great Talmid Chacham that they appointed him at 18 as the Rav of the community. Afterwards, he went to Tzfas, and he was the Rebbe of the Beis Yosef. So he came to Tzfas, and he wanted to reestablish the smicha in Tzfas. Here's an opportunity. We have Yidden coming to Eretz Yisrael. This is the beginning of a community growing in Eretz Yisrael. We have tremendous ahead and reestablish the smicha. So we got together 25 chachamim in Tzfas, and they gave him smicha. So they agreed to establish the smicha based on this Rambam that if all the chachamim get together and agree, we can reestablish smicha. And they gave him smicha. He subsequently gave smicha to the Mabit and to the Beis Yosef and two other people who are not so famous. The Mabit, I think, gave to the Alshich. I think the Alshich came through of Chaim Vital, the Talmud of the Risa. So that was the deal, and it kind of ended then, because we'll see it wasn't really accepted. Okay, so what happened? Why did this smicha take off? Because besides for a Jewish community in Tzfas, there was also a Jewish community in Yerushalayim, not as big, not as prominent, but it had a Rav there, Malbach. Malbach was also from Gorish Sfard. He was living in Yerushalayim. So the Mahari Rav wrote a letter to the Malbach. We just established smicha, so I hope you're excited. And the Malbach was very, very opposed to the smicha. And he had a very simple opposition. With one, you didn't ask me. It says you have to ask Kol Chachmei, you have to get together. No one consulted the Chachamim of Yerushalayim, the Rabbanim of Yerushalayim. And so whether or not, even if the halachas is like the Rambam, you didn't follow the correct rules. I think the Mahari Rav said we have a majority. We don't have to ask every single person. The majority is enough. But the Rabbah was very, very opposed to the smicha. There's a contrast back and forth. It's about 100 pages of letters back and forth, and they got very, very vehement and personal, very, very angry. It went down to very, very bitter argument between the Mahari Rav and the Malbach. Now, why did the Mahari Rav care so much to make the smicha? So he gave a very, very interesting reason. He said that there were many people who became converted in Spain and became Moranos, and or they were real practicing Christians. After a while, they recognized that their conversion didn't really help them. They thought they'll convert, now they're accepted in Christian society, and they can be successful. So they were successful, but so the Christians were still jealous of them, and they started persecuting the people who convert. That was the Spanish Inquisition. And in Spanish Inquisition, anybody who filed a complaint against you that you weren't perfectly practicing the Christianity, you were arrested. And one rule they had is if they arrest somebody, they can't ever, let's say, innocent. So you had to be guilty. No, guilty or not, you had to be guilty. So a lot of Jews started running away. And once they wanted away, they wanted to return to Judaism, but they had acted like Goyim for many years. So the Mahari Rav said, the Gemara tells us that chayve krisus shalaku, chayve krisus which get malchus, is niftarim midei krisasim. They're potter from their krisus. So here we have an opportunity to give them tshuva. We'll make a basted. We'll give them malchus that they deserve for Chal Shabbos or for the Sauer, whatever they did, and then they'll be potter from the krisus which that was his reason which he gave. And it's a very interesting reason, and the Malbach says it doesn't work. You need witnesses, you need hasra, you can't just give people malchus, it's not a real malchus. So at one point, if you look in the source, the Mahari Rav says in 10, he says, can I see all what you wrote at length from the Malchus, and looks like you're making it, that's the main reason we're trying to make smicha. Make smicha. So he just says to the Ma'abach, but Tavaso, your desire is levatel hamaisa hagadol v'hakadosh sheyesh bo kiyum divrei neviim b'derech gulaseinu. That you want to be mevatel, this holy thing which has the akiyum of the words in the neviim, and it's clear that the Maribe Rab's real intention was, as the Rambam says, that this is one of the simanim of Mashiach, that he wanted to establish a Sanhedrin in the north of Eretz Yisrael, so Tzfas, where he's close to Tveria, or they'll establish in Tveria, like the Rambam says, and hopefully this will be paving the way to Mashiach. And maybe for that same reason, the Malbach disagreed. He didn't want them to go ahead and do this on our own, doing these things to pave a way to Mashiach. And it seems to be that was the bottom line, the basis of this machlokes, whether we should reestablish the smicha or not reestablish the smicha. In the end of the day, because of the opposition of the Chachmei Yerushalayim, it didn't really take off, and they never established the Sanhedrin, and the chain of smicha seemed to end by Rav Chaim Vital. Didn't really go further. Now, what's interesting is we have a Revah. So the Revah was living in Egypt. He's writing a commentary on the Rambam. The Revah is in many places on the side of the Rambam. So he's writing in this Rambam. This is already many years after the story happened, but he writes back. He writes back about the story. So let's see source 11. The Revah says, "Aloshen zeh samchu chachmei Tzfas." On this Rambam, the Chachamim of Tzfas agreed. Relying on Bahagala Shebahem, Lismach Smuchim Lodin Dini Knossos. They wanted to make smicha to judge Dini Knossos below Allah B'Yadam, and it wasn't successful. V'visha HaChacham Shahaya B'Yushalayim Lo Hiskimim. The Chacham was in Yerushalayim. The Malbach did not agree with them. Usha'alu SP Ba'oidi Egypt, because he didn't live in Egypt now. They asked my friends, below his scam, we didn't agree with it either. So he goes to certain reasons why it's questionable. Because the Rabbeinu b'Perish and Mishnah, the proof which the Rambam brings doesn't seem to be such a good proof. Shari Eliyahu ba l'fnei Mashiach, k'mavur b'ksuvim b'divrei Chazal. Eliyahu Hanavi. So what was the proof the Rambam gave? How else are we going to restore Sanhedrin? If there's no way of making a smicha on our own, and we lost the chain of smicha, so how are we going to restore the Sanhedrin? And we know there's going to be a Sanhedrin, so there must be some method of making a smicha, even though the chain was lost. And therefore the Rambam says, Misvara, I think it makes sense to say that if all the Chachamim would agree, we could restore the chain of smicha. So the Malbach, so the Revah says, I don't think it's such a big question, because Eliyahu Hanavi comes before Mashiach. Eliyahu Hanavi had smicha. Eliyahu Hanavi was the chain of the Messiah, which the Rambam says, so he certainly had smicha. And he can give smicha to other people. So that's taina number one, that Eliyahu Hanavi can go ahead and come. Now the Malbach himself wrote that as one of his highness. Eliyahu Hanavi can come. The Malbach also said, well, we're going to have Tefillas HaMesim. Once we have Tefillas HaMesim, we have lots of them. Moshe Rabbeinu, we can go ahead, and Moshe Rabbeinu himself can go ahead and give smicha. So that was his second time. So let's talk about this for a minute. Why the Rambam doesn't seem to accept this time. So the Tumim answers, and he says that if you look at the Rambam himself says we don't really know. There's a lot of Okay, so we'll say that's still going to talk about it. So Tumim says we don't really know why the Rambam said. The Rambam says, we have a lot of Gemaras in Mashiach and say many different things, and the Rambam says ultimately we don't really know what's going to happen till Mashiach actually comes. One of the things the Rambam says is even Eliyahu Hanavi, is it for sure Eliyahu Hanavi will come before Mashiach? We're not really sure. Yes, the Gemara seems to say that, but maybe other Gemaras say differently, and therefore we won't really know until it happens. So the Turim says, the reason why the Rambam didn't accept Eliyahu Navi is because the Rambam goes to Shitasi, the Kasav, Sof Hilchas Malachim, she'ain davar bar she'Eliyahu yavu kodem Mashiach. It's not clear that Eliyahu would come before Mashiach. Rak hu kiven b'kol the Navi she'yavu kodem Yisrael goyav Eliyahu. There'll be a Navi, won't necessarily be Eliyahu. Amnam. Lefi ma'adek haimelon mekiblu roy mechavim b'bir. Eliyahu Navi koyav kodem Mashiach. Since all we accept that Eliyahu Navi will come before Mashiach, he has smicha from his Rabbi, and he will go ahead and give smicha. Now the Tumim really says that because what is the Tumim answering for the Rambam? Since Sanhedrin is going to come before Mashiach comes, and Eliyahu Navi might not be there before Mashiach comes. How can the Sanhedrin come if not necessarily Eliyahu Navi will be there? But since we hold that Eliyahu Navi will be there, we're not really bothered by the question of the Rambam, and therefore we can't really accept this proof. Now the truth is, if you look in the Perashah Mishnayos, the Rambam only said that as a second point, that Sanhedrin's going to come before Mashiach came, but didn't seem to be his main point, because his first suggestion was Mashiach will go ahead, and so then he says, and also Sanhedrin's going to come before. So it doesn't seem to be a good answer for the Rambam to say that since Sanhedrin has to come before, and Eliyahu Navi might not be there, so now we have a question who will give the smicha at that point, when the Rambam only brought that as a second point. The first point was even Mashiach can't give the smicha. So even after Mashiach comes, we won't have a way of reestablishing the Sanhedrin. So we still have to know, why does the Rambam not seem to accept that Eliyahu Hanavi could be the one giving the smicha? So the Mariba Rav, if you look back to number 10, and the Mariba Rav answers this question, and he says, Eliyahu harehu kishar hatzadikim shemesu. Eliyahu is no different than any other the tzadikim who died. Shekesheyichu, when they have tchias hamesim, lo yoyel hasmicha. The smicha won't help. So even Moshe Rabbeinu is going to come back. Will he have smicha? I don't know who's going to be the one who wants to give Moshe Rabbeinu smicha. Sounds a little imposing. Okay, 1 second. So, but let's talk about Shat Tzadikim, the time of Tchias HaMesim. So all the Dayanim who lived through history will come back. Will they come back? Will there smicha, or will they have to get smicha again once they come back? So the Mariba Rav says, once you die, you lost your smicha. When you come back in Tchias HaMesim, you still have to get smicha over again. So won't help for them, and they'll have to get the smicha. So the Mahalpach, one of his points were, any of the tzaddikim can give smicha. Moshe Rabbeinu can go ahead and give smicha, at least after Tchias HaMesim. But so the Mahalpach understood, when you come back with your accomplishments and with your what you got. So you come back with your smicha. But he's saying no, for sure. The people who have Tchias HaMesim don't come back with his smicha, and he says even Eliyahu Hanavi doesn't come back with his smicha. Now you said, what do you mean? Eliyahu Hanavi didn't die. What?
Why does California law regarding the driver's license?
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be able to make an application.
Now he says, "V'chein nira mitzumas hadeshen al eishes Eliyahu k'she'ala l'marim im hu motes." So there's a question. Mitzumas hadeshen discusses Eliyahu Hanavi went up alive. What was with his wife? Was she an aguna? So I think there are people say that Eliyahu Hanavi married, but what was with his wife? Was she an aguna? She can't get remarried because her husband's still alive, just gone. So the Trumas Hadeshen discusses that, and the Trumas Hadeshen says, no, Eliyahu Hanavi, after he died, his wife became mutter. So in the end of the day, the Trumas Hadeshen is saying, sounds like he's saying, he still has a din of a malach, even though he went up alive. It's still considered a malach, and therefore his wife was mutter. So based on that, the Mariba Rav said that he lost his smicha too. Even when he comes back, he lost his smicha too. So this is, we have another machlokes between, so we have one machlokes between Malbach and the Marie Be'av is, did any of the tzaddikim who come back, do they have to get smicha again? And then even Eliyahu Hanavi, so you see the Tumim says afterwards, Eliyahu Hanavi for sure has smicha, and he brings a proof that it said there's a discussion if Eliyahu Hanavi can come on Shabbos or not. So the Gemara in Eruvin says could be he can't come on Shabbos because he can't go out of the Tchum. There's a problem of Tchum and Shabbos. How's he going to come to Yerushalayim and tell us that Mashiach is coming? Because he can't leave the Tchum. So you see he's subject to halacha. He's subject to halacha, even to abundance could be of Tchum. So if he's subject to halacha, how's he going to? So therefore, you see he's not really dead. He's considered to be alive. The Tumim says. So therefore, he can still go ahead and give the smicha. Okay, so that's one point. Could run out of time, but the Chassam Sofer says an important point, which is relevant. The Chassam Sofer is based on this Gemara in Eruvin, which says that Eliyahu Hanavi can't come on Shabbos and tell us about Mashiach. Why not? Because he can't leave the Tchum and he's subject to the halachas. The Chassam Sofer says we know Eliyahu Hanavi comes to every bris, including on Shabbos. Even on Shabbos, we have a Kiseh Shel Eliyahu. We don't say, Shabbos he can't come. So if he can't come and tell us about Mashiach, how can he come on Shabbos to a bris? So the Chassam Sofer says that Eliyahu Hanavi didn't die. His guf is still somewhere. But right now in Shemayim, his neshama is separated from his guf. He's not walking around in Shemayim with a guf. His guf, he says, is a Gan Eden Hatafton, but his neshama is separated right now from his guf. So when Eliyahu Hanavi comes as a bris, to the bris, he comes as a malach, he comes as a neshama, and then he's not subject to any halacha. And then he can come and go out of the tchum, and he can attend multiple brisim and Shabbos in many places without a problem. But when he comes to tell us about Mashiach, he's going to come as a person. He's going to return. Sometimes Eliyahu Hanavi comes, and you can see him. So he comes as a person, then he comes back with his guf, then he's subject to halacha. So maybe now the question would be, when he's coming back as a person, at times he's a malach, at times he's coming back as a person. Did the Trumas Hadeshin is still saying that his wife became mutter because there was some separation of his neshama and his guf? So did he lose his smicha right now when he comes back? So the Tumim and the Malbach is saying, no, he didn't lose his smicha because when he comes back as a group, it's the same group. It's not a tchias amesim. It's the same group, and therefore he didn't lose the smicha, and he can go ahead and give smicha. The Briskurav also in Pashas Pinchas says in the pasuk that it says you'll be mavakish Torah mipihu by a Kohen. And he says it's going on Eliyahu Hanavi because any other person who comes back from Tchias HaMesim, they can't tell us a Messiah. Or I have a Messiah from my Rebbe that said this. Once he died, he can't tell us a Messiah anymore. He's already learning in Masifta Duakia. He's coming, but Eliyahu Hanavi, when he comes back, he can give us the Messiah of Torah. Any Messiah which is lost, we can get from Eliyahu Hanavi because he never died. So he can tell us from his Rebbe, which is a continuous chain back to Moshe Rabbeinu. He's also saying this idea that Eliyahu Hanavi is different than anybody else coming back from Tchias HaMesim, not like the Mari Beirav said. So one other point, we'll just end, and this is another question which the Revah says, an interesting question. He says, who's going to give smicha? So far we have, besides the Rambam suggestion, we have anybody of Tchias HaMesim. We have Eliyahu Hanavi who never died, so he didn't lose his smicha. And the Revah says another point, that maybe the Sauer Shvatim will come back. And maybe just because we lost the chain of smicha, maybe they never lost the chain of smicha. So they can go ahead and give us smicha. So when the Sauer Shvatim come back, could be they continued on the chain, and they can go ahead and give us smicha. So it's interesting when the Ali in the beginning of the 1800s came, the Talmidim of the Baal Shem Tov, the Talmidim of the Gaon. So one of the Talmidim of the Gaon that we saw Mishkalav, he wrote a letter to the Aser Shvatim, because that's when they started finding those Jewish communities in Yemen, this and that. So he thought that was the Aser Shvatim, and he wrote a letter inviting them to come to Eretz Yisrael. And one of the things he said, I hope you have the chain of smicha, because we want to reestablish a Sanhedrin. So he was hoping through that to be able to reestablish the Sanhedrin. Even then, again, because the Sanhedrin comes before Mashiach, so he wanted to then reestablish the Sanhedrin. Now, one obvious question is, how is it possible to say that they had the chain of smicha? They weren't in Eretz Yisrael, and smicha has to be in Eretz Yisrael. So even if they were tzaddikim and they kept the Torah, but how can they possibly have smicha? So he gave an answer. I think, as he said, we in Bayis Sheni Chazal dash in the pasuk that smicha has to be in Eretz Yisrael. But that was a drasha made in Bayis Sheni. Could be the Seres Shvatim who come from Bayis Rishon, they didn't have that drasha, so they continued smicha without having the drasha. That's an interesting question. For us, it shouldn't be a good smicha because we think smicha is only in Eretz Yisrael. But for them, I guess they didn't have the drasha, so they were able to continue smicha. And apparently, he felt that we can still accept their smicha to continue. So that was he was hoping that smicha would come back. So okay, so that's just to sum up. So we have the Rambam asking a question: how can we start smicha if we lost the chain of smicha? The Rambam says Kol Chachmei Yisrael can get together and make smicha. The Rambam says it's going to be a very hard thing, as we see. Anytime it was tried, it never worked. So it's simply going to be a hard thing. You'll need Mashiach, someone to actually be able to get everybody together to agree on smicha, but that's how we're going to reestablish smicha. And the Chalkim of the Rambam felt either Eliyahu Navi never died, he can do it, or Tchias HaMesim, they can do it, or Sesa Shvatim can do it, but there are other methods to be able to reestablish smicha without being mechadish that Kol Chachmei Yisrael. Okay, so Shem, we should see it.
It's fascinating. Yashikaya, Rabbi Revah. Thank you. Very nice. Really interesting. Big Yashikaya. Big Yashikaya to Rabbi Revah. Let's give it a few minutes, just a little. You might have some cake and coffee or whatever you want. And then by Sauer Shir Ves Hashem will start. I'm going to give out the copies. You have your probably one copy. Has a copy. What's that? Yeah, I guess one. This is what it is. That's how are you? What?
Gently the slide.
Yeah.
And says, and then but when you're speaking to pure.
And when did he send it?
Yes. This is really fascinating. See one thing that you see that there's absolutely wow. Here,
to the wall. People. In human terms, we're rated on this board. There's two of them, and I think they're there. Okay. No, we'll do that the next year. People are still planning. Yeah, that's what he brought. He brought, but the Rambam suggests. The Rambam says Mashiach can do it because he doesn't ask me himself. So the Mashiach doesn't have to change the Torah. So therefore, the Rambam says, who's giving Mashiach space? So you can't just make it. Has to be a smicha. That's why that because the Rambam was stuck. The Rambam said it has to be that everybody agrees. Well, give signs one person, and maybe everybody will agree that Mashiach should wait for one. But it's so he can't do it on his own. Well, he quoted it. Oh, it's a different shift. Will come. So one of the problems that we have with that, because Rambam said it seems from the Zirkind that the Sanhedrin is restored before Mashiach. That's that. Otherwise, that idea, the Sanhedrin. Let me introduce. All right, everyone. We're ready to begin the second class. We have the honor of having with us Rabbi Sauer, which needs no introduction over here. A Dayan in the RCC and has been teaches in Yula and huge Talmud Chacham, and Baruch Hashem, he's agreed to come over here and give us one of the classes. Today's topic is going to be regarding bringing the Kedusha to Eretz Yisrael. How much do we rely on the Kedusha of the past? Is there any need for any new sanctification regarding all the Kedushas that there are, Eretz Yisrael, Yerushalayim, Beis HaMikdash, and so on and so forth? Yasher Koyach, Rabbi Sauer. One second. I just wanted to thank, because I didn't do it at the beginning, and give a big yasher koyach to
the anonymous sponsor, there is a sponsor, just that he wanted to be anonymous. Hashem should bench him and his mishpacha with everything, all the brachas for having produced sponsored such a very special program. And I would just say that when Yidden learn Torah, Torah is like, you learn about an oila, it's as if you were makar of an oila. Torah transcends time and space. When we learn about Mashiach, we're entering into Mashiach's space. And in Mashiach's times, the brachas that there are without an end. So may all the Mashiach blessings come upon him and his family with whatever is needed, Baruchnis, Ubagashmis, and to everyone that has participated over here as well, and all the rabbis that are giving the shiurim. Should be no more daigas and anything like the Rambam describes. In Moshe Mashiach is a time without any daigas, without any health issues, only gesund and brachas forever. Thank you very much. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Wolf. And I just wanted to give a yashar koyach to Rabbi Wolf for arranging this program. I think the only way to really feel the avelus of Churban Beis HaMikdash is through hachana, is through preparation. Preparation means that you have to learn about it and you have to focus on it. Otherwise, the Gemara says that avelus on the Churban is an avelus yeshona. It's an old avelus. It's not like a new avelus that a person really feels the emotion, emotionally. So we have to prepare ourselves, and that's why we have the 3 weeks. We start the avelus on Shivas B'Tammuz, and then it intensifies on Rosh Chodesh Av, the 9 days, and then Shavua Shechavot Tisha B'Av, leading up to Tisha B'Av itself. So Chazal themselves saw that we need this hachona, this period of time where we focus on the avelus of the Churban. So Rabbi Wolf asked me to give a Lomda Shashir related to the Beis HaMikdash and to Eretz Yisrael. So we'll be discussing today really one of the most famous Rambams in Mishnah Torah. Let me start with an introduction. The Beis HaMikdash was not just a bayis. It was not just a house with a mizbeach where they brought Carbonos and they did the avoda of the Beis HaMikdash, but it was a mokum. It was a mikdash. It had Kedusha. It had Kedusha. The mokum of the Beis HaMikdash had Kedusha. The harabayis had Kedusha, and it was niskadish. It was sanctified by Shlomo HaMelech when he built the Beis HaMikdash, and as a result of that, because it has Kedusha, that's why we can bring Carbonos there. That's why we can eat kochim in the Azor of the Beis HaMikdash. That's why a person who's tamei is not allowed to go onto the Mokum HaMikdash. He's not allowed to go onto the Har Habayis. And because there was a Kedusha that was instilled by Shlomo HaMelech. And the Rambam holds, as we'll see, that the Kedusha of the Beis HaMikdash extended to Yerushalayim, to the city of Yerushalayim. It wasn't just the Mikdash itself, but the city of Yerushalayim was an extension of the Kedusha of the Beis HaMikdash, not the same degree of Kedusha, but it also had Kedusha. In fact, there's a famous Orach Laner that the Orach Laner says, and when it comes to the mitzvah of Arba Minim, so Bigvulin outside of the Beis HaMikdash, it's 1 day, Midoi Raisa, the first day of Sukkot. In Mikdash, it was all 7 days, Midoi Raisa. The Orach Laner said, based on the Rambam, that Yerushalayim has a certain aspect of Kedushas HaMikdash. He said that in Yerushalayim, meaning the old city by the Koisel, that the mitzvah of Arba Minim is all 7 days. And there were people who to go, Rabbi Yashiv and others were makbid to go to the Koisel every single day of Sukkot and say a bracha to be Mekayim the mitzvah d'oraisa, according to the way the Orach Laner learned the Rambam. So Mikdash has Kedusha. The mokum of the Mikdash, the harabayis, have Kedusha. And so to Eretz Yisrael. Eretz Yisrael also has Kedusha. And it was Niskadesh, it was sanctified by Yoshua when they conquered the land. Kibush ha'oretz was Mikadesh Eretz Yisrael. For the mitzvahs hatliyas ba'aretz, for the mitzvah of Truma and Meiser and Shvius, because the land needs Kedusha in order to be chayiv It'd be chayiv in the mitzvahs. And as long as there's Kedusha, there are the mitzvahs d'oraisa. If the Kedusha would be bottled, the Kedusha would be nullified, would be cancelled, so then there would no longer be the mitzvahs of Trumas Omaisis and Shvius Mid'oraisa. And the question that we will be discussing is how did the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael come about? Or what was Mekadesh it? When did it become Kadosh? And that we'll see. And the other question that we have to focus on is, what was the impact of Churban Beis HaMikdash and the Golus of Klal Yisrael on these Kedushas, on the Kedusha of the Beis HaMikdash and on the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael? Were they canceled? Were they nullified because of the Churban and because Klal Yisrael went into Golus, and therefore there would be a need to re-sanctify the Beis HaMikdash, Liyosid Lavo, when we have the third bias, so we sanctify Eretz Yisrael, or the Kedusha remains. Was the Kedusha canceled, or was the Kedusha remains? And this is what the Rambam focuses on. And so let's take a look at the Rambam on page 1. As I mentioned, a very, very famous Rambam. Does everyone have the handouts? The Rambam is in Hilchos Beis HaBechira, Perek Vav, Halacha Yudalit, Kol Mokom Shelo Naseh B'chol Elu Keseder Hazeh Lo Niskadesh Kiddush Gomur. The Rambam before that is talking about how to extend the Harabayis, how to extend the Kedusha of the Mikdash. There was a certain ceremony, a certain procedure that they had, but the Rambam writes, Zeh she'osa Ezra shtei todos, and it involved bringing 2 korban todos, and they had shira, they had a certain songs of praise of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Ezra did that. Ezra did that by Bayis Sheni. Ezra returned, Oile Bovel, returned from Bovel, and at the beginning of the second Beis HaMikdash, and he brought shtei todos. The Rambam says, Zeicha hu she'osa, lo b'maisav niskadesh hamokim. He was not the one who sanctified the mokum of the Mikdash by Bayis Sheni. Shelo hayasham lo melech v'lo urim v'tumim. Bayis Sheni didn't have a king. They had no urim v'tumim. V'meni skadsho. What was the kedusha of Bayis Sheni? The kedusha rishona shekitsha shlomo. Shu kiddush hazora v'Yerushalayim l'shaita v'kiddush oisam l'osid lovo. So the Rambam says that the kedusha of Mikdash of both Bayis Rishon and Bayis Sheni was through Shlomo HaMelech. Kitsha l'shaita v'kitsha l'osid lovo. That for all time, Shlomo HaMelech's Kedusha is sanctification of the Mokum of the Mikdash, of the Harabayis, and of Yerushalayim. That's for all time. That's eternal, right? And Lefichach, says the Rambam, there's the whole sugyas in Shas about this. Lefichach makrivim Carbonos kulam avabi she'ein sham bayis. Therefore, since the Mokum of the Mikdash has Kedusha, we really should be able to bring Carbonos even without the bayis. Even without the Beis HaMikdash. Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, but the Mokum retains its Kedusha for all time. And the Rambam says we should be able to bring Carbonos, Afal Pi Shein Ein Bayis Boni, V'oichlim Kochi Kochim B'chol Azora. We should be able to eat Kochi Kochim in the Azora. Afal Pi Shein Chareva, even though it's destroyed, the Einu Mukefes Mechitza, and it's not surrounded by Mechitzis. V'oichlim Kochim Kalim V'maisa Sheni B'chol Yerushalayim, Afal Pi Shein Sham Chayma. And we should be able to eat Kochim Kalim and Maisa Sheni in Yerushalayim, even though there's no wall around Yerushalayim. The original wall around Yerushalayim is not there. Shekedusha Rishayna Kitcha L'Shaita V'Kitcha L'Yasid. That's the famous Rambam. Kedusha Rishayna Kitcha L'Shaita V'Kitcha L'Yasid when it comes to the Beis HaMikdash. So the question is, and this is a very, very famous question, so why aren't we bringing Carbonos Mitzvah Hazeh? So in the 1800s, there was a whole discussion among all of the Gedolei Achronim, whether we could bring a Korban Pesach. And Ritzi Hirsch Kalisha, or the whole Sefer Drishas Tzion, that they try to prove that we should be able to bring a Korban Pesach. And Rabbi Kivegan, the Chassam Sofer, all of the Gedolim of that generation got involved, and they wrote tshuvas about it. And basically, they disagreed, and they said that we cannot bring for technical reasons. What are the technical reasons? Because even though you don't need a Beis HaMikdash, you don't need the bias, but you need a Mizbeach. And you have to know the exact mokum of the Mizbeach. And the Mizbeach has to be on that exact mokum. If it's an inch off, it's no good. It's not going to work. And also we need Bidei Kahuna, we need Kohanim Yuchosim. And we're all Tamei and May, so we don't have Para Aduma. There are so many different issues that they decided that it's not possible to bring Carbonos. But theoretically, the Rambam writes, because Kedusha Rishayna Kitchel L'Shaita V'Kitchel L'Yosid Lovo, theoretically Makrivim Carbonos Afal She'ein Bayis. So why is it though? There was a Churban Bayis Rishon. There was a Churban Bayis Shein. Bayis Shlishi won't need to be niskadish. They won't have to re-sanctify because the mokum of the mikdash retains its kedusha. Why is it that it retains its kedusha even though there was a churban, there was the golus of Klal Yisrael? So the Rambam goes on to explain in Halacha Tezayin, V'loma ani oimer b'mikdash v'Yerushalayim shekedusha rishayna kedushason la'osi lovo uvi shor Eretz Yisrael. The Rambam makes a distinction between Kedusha of Mikdash and Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael. The Kedusha of Mikdash is Kitcha Li'osid Lovo, the Kiddush of Shlomo. However, by the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael for Trumas and Maisis and Shvius, right? So Lo Kitcha Li'osid Lovo. The Kedusha Rishayna that Yoshua was Mekadesh is Lo Kitcha Li'osid Lovo, and then we'll talk about the Kedusha of Ezra, the second Kedusha when they returned from Oile Bava. But the Rambam asked the basic fundamental question: why is there a difference between Kedushas Mikdash, which is Kitcha Li'osid Lovo, and Kedushas Eretz Yisrael, which remains, which was lost at the time of Churban Bayis Rishon? The Rambam gives a famous, beautiful answer. The Rambam says, "Lefisha Kedushas HaMikdash Yerushalayim B'pnei Hashchina." The Kedusha of Mikdash is because of the presence of the Shechina. Shechina eino b'teila. The Shechina remains on the mokum of the Mikdash even after the Churban. Even after Klal Yisrael goes into Golus, right? The Shechina is still there. Shechina eina b'teila. Harei huoime, the pasuk says, "Hashimoisi es mikdashechem." I will destroy your mikdash. But even in the process of destroying the mikdash, the Rambam says, "Amru chachamim afabi sheshomim b'kedushosin heimoimdim." Even though it's destroyed, it still has a Shem mikdash. It still has the Kedusha. The Kedusha remains on the Mokum, the Mikdash does not require it to be re-sanctified because Kedusha comes from the Shechina, the presence of the Shechina. And Shechina eina b'teila. The Shechina never leaves the Mokum. The Shechina is there when we go to the Kaisel Maravim, we're davening, that's the closest place to the Shechina because the Shechina is still on the Har HaBayis, and therefore, and it will never leave the Har HaBayis, and therefore it retains its Kedusha. So I want to show you, where did the Rambam get this from? Shechina eina b'teila. There's a Medrash Rabbah, page 4. Page 4, there's a Medrash Rabbah. Very interesting Medrash Rabbah. The Medrash starts off, Hashem, there's a pasuk Habakkuk, Hashem b'heichal kodsho. Oma, Hashem is in his heichal, in the Mikdash. Amr Shua Banachman at Shaloichora Beis HaMikdash Hoysa Shechina Shoira B'toicha Shenema Hashem B'heichal Kodsho Mishachora Beis HaMikdash Nistalko HaShechina LaShamayim Shenema Hashem B'Shamayim Heichin Kiso. So Shmuel Banachman says the time of Churban Beis HaMikdash, the Shechina left the Mokum of the Mikdash and went back to Shamayim. However, Rebbe Loza Oimer Lo Zoza Shechina Mitoicha Heichal. The Shechina never left the Mokum of the Mikdash. Shenema v'hayu einai v'libi sham kol hayomim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, my eyes and my heart will be there in the Makkah of the Mikdash kol hayomim, forever. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence is always there. V'chein hu omer koili el Hashem ekro v'yaneni meharkot shel sel. Afal pi shu chorev harei b'kedusha. So even though it's chorev, it still retains its kedusha. That's like the Rambam brings the pasuk. Shimosis mikdashechem. Even though it's shomeim, it's destroyed, but it retains its kedusha. And then the Medrash says, Bo re'ei Even Koresh, Melech Porat said, El Halokim Asher B'Yerushalayim Omer Lehen Af Al Pi Shu Chorev, Halokim Eino Zos V'Shavim. Even Koresh, Melech Porat recognized, even though the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, the Shechina still remains in the Mokom of the Mikdash. Omer Ravacha, Li'olam Ein HaShechina Zozo Mikoisel Maravi. The Shechina never leaves the Koisel Maravi Shenemar, Hinei Ze Oimed Acha Koisleinu. The Shechina is behind the Koisel. So we have cracks in the Koisel. And the Mefarshim say those cracks in the Koisel, the Shechina is on the other side of the Koisel, peering out of those cracks and watching over, being Mashiach over Klal Yisrael. We don't see the Shechina, but the Shechina sees everything. The Shechina sees her. But the Shechina is always present there. Hinei oimed acha koslenu ksiv, einov yechazu afapo vivchanu bnei odom. Hashem's eyes see, right? His eyes see everything that goes on from the Shechina, from that, his position, the Shechina's position behind the Koisel, Maris. The Shechina is always present. That's what the Rambam says. That's the Kedusha of Mikdash, because of the presence of the Shechina. Shechina Eina B'Teila will always be there, and therefore, Kitcho L'Shaita, V'Kitcho L'Osid Lo. However, that is by the Kedusha of Mikdash. And then comes the famous Rambam. Back on page 3. Kedushas Mikdash came as a result of Hashras Hashchina. Shchina Eina B'Teila. How did Eretz Yisrael? How was Eretz Yisrael Niskadish? So the Rambam says it's because of Kibush Rabim. When Yeshua entered the land with Klal Yisrael, Oile Mitzrayim, they conquered the land. Kibush ha'aretz is what gives it Kedusha. Kibush Rabim. When Nebuchadnezzar conquered Eretz Yisrael, destroyed the Beis HaMikdash and conquered Eretz Yisrael and took Eretz Yisrael away from the Jews, Botel HaKibush. The original Kiddush was Botel. Kibush, Mivatel, Kibush, V'niftara min ha'Torah min ha'maisas min ha'shriya shavei eina Eretz Yisrael. And then they became potter from Trumas and Maisus and Shriyas, because it no longer has the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael, because the kibbutz of Nebuchadnezzar was able to be mevatel, to cancel the kibbutz of Yeshua, and the kibbutz of Yeshua gave it Kedusha, kibbutz mevatel kibbutz. That's what the Rambam says. The kevin sha'ola Ezra, the kitcha, lo kitcha, the kibbutz, ella, the chazaka. Now Ezra came back from Golus Bavel. Sorry about that. Sorry. Ezra came back from 70 years in Golus Bavel, and Ezra, they built by Shloimy, and Ezra re-sanctified Eretz Yisrael. What was the sanctification? What was the Kedusha of Ezra? He didn't conquer the land. He was told by Koresh, Melech Poras, to go back to Eretz Yisrael and settle Eretz Yisrael. And Ezra came back with only 40,000 Jews from Bavel to Eretz Yisrael, and they settled in the land. So the Rambam says the Kedusha of Ezra was not through kibush. The kevin sha'ala Ezra v'kitcha lo kitcha b'kibush ela b'chazoka she'erziku bo. They were mekadesh Eretz Yisrael through chazaka. So chazaka, by living in the land, by settling in the land, by living there, sheyoshlu sham, just by living in the land itself. Jews living in Eretz Yisrael is mekadesh Eretz Yisrael. Leficha kol makom she'erziku bo ele bavel v'niskadish b'kedusha zezra ashniya hareu mekudesh hayom. So wherever they settled in Eretz Yisrael, that got a Kedusha, and then that Kedusha remains today. After Churban Bayis Sheni, Eretz Yisrael did not lose its Kedusha. After Churban Bayis Rishon, the Rambam says it lost its Kedusha. But because that was the Kedusha that came through Kibush Mevatel Kibush. That after Churban Bayis Sheni, by Titus, by the Romans, right? It did not lose its Kedusha. And according to the Rambam, Eretz Yisrael retains its Kedusha Doiraisa ad Hayom, till today. It did not lose its Kedusha. So there was a difference between Kedusha Rishona of Eretz Yisrael, it lost its Kedusha, and Kedusha Shniya of Ezra, it did not lose its Kedusha. Why? because it was not through kibush. It was, the Rambam says, it was through chazaka. And therefore retains its kedusha today. Even though the land was taken away from us, right, by the Romans, but but it's chayiv in shvius and in meises midoraisa according to the Rambam, because it didn't lose its kedusha. So the Rambam, this is a very, very difficult Rambam. Why is it so difficult? Rambam makes this distinction between kedusha rishona and kedusha shniya by Eretz Yisrael. That kedusha rishona, which came about through kibush of Yoshua, when Nebuchadnezzar conquered the land, it lost its kedusha. But the kedusha of Ezra, which came about through chazaka, through living in Eretz Yisrael, did not lose its kedusha when the Romans conquered Eretz Yisrael. So the Kesef Mishnah asks what we call two bomba kashas. Everyone knows what a bomba kasha is. Two bomba kashas on this Rambam. So take a look in the Kesef Mishnah. Kesef Mishnah said, "Mashekosa Rabbeinu avol chayev haaretz v'shiyos v'maises ein ela mishon kibush rabim." Kem shenichu haaretz midei botar kibush v'kem shola Ezra v'kicha lo kicha b'kibush ela v'chazaka she'achziku bo eini yodeya makoyach chazaka godol mikoyach kibush. Why is chazaka stronger than kibush? If kibush can be mevatel kibush, why can't kibush be mevatel chazaka, the chazaka of Ezra? Because the land was taken away from them. V'loma lo nelma b'chazaka gamkin mishenilchu haaretz miyadenu botla chazaka. The chazaka is botel. The kibush is mevatel the chazaka because the Romans took the land away from us. That's one kasha. Secondly, the suba rishona can iskacha the kibush by the first kedusha of Yoshua, where he conquered the land, and that was mekadesh Eretz Yisrael. V'chi lo hoya shom chazaka. Wasn't there chazaka there as well? They settled in the land. They lived in the land, right? Oto mi adifa chazaka below kibush, mi chazaka im kibush. Is chazaka without kibush of Ezra stronger than chazaka with kibush of Yehoshua? And the Kesef Mishnah ends off very, very rare. Tzorich li'iyun. Tzorich li'iyun. I don't know the answer to these two questions. Naturally, these questions have generated over the generations so many different approaches to try to answer this difficulty in the Rambam. And I would just like to present four different approaches to answer what's the difference between Kedusha Rishona al Yidei Kibush and Kedusha Shniya al Yidei Chazaka. So you turn to page 5, the Taisis Yontiv in Edges. Taisis Yontiv in Edges brings down the Kesef Mishnah's questions, and he answers by the arrow. Nirali Lataretz, the Surale, the Kibush Nachri Masa, or Mevatel Kibush Yisrael. Yisrael conquered Eretz Yisrael when they entered with the kibush of Shua, and but the kibush of the Nochrim, of the Goyim, of the Nebuchadnezzar, that's mevatel. That cancels. Kibush can be mevatel kibush, right? Ma she'en kein b'chazaka she'achziku miyad melech paras. What does it mean chazaka? Chazaka over here doesn't necessarily mean a kinyan chazaka, that you're digging up the land or you're building on the land. We know that by karka nichnes b'chazaka, there's a concept of kinyan chazaka by karka. Over here, chazaka means they were given rishus by Koresh melech paras to live in the land. Koresh gave them the land. Go back, Ezra, go back with the Jews from Bavel and settle in the land. So he says, he gave them rishus. He gave them the permission to be machzik, to live and settle in the land. Kibush cannot be mevatel the chazaka which was given midas hanoisin. It was given what? It doesn't matter. But once he gave it, the Tosiyanta says it became ours again. And we were Mekade, and it was Niskadesh, because we settled in the land, Birshus of the Umos Ha'olam, Birshus of Koresh, and therefore a kibush, taking it away by force, cannot be mevatel the chazaka which was given Birshus, which was given Midas. That is What? It's a svara. It's a svara that he's saying. So we'll see other answers. But this is a svara that the Tzfas Yontif is saying. The Brisker Rav added on to this. The Brisker Rav said, kibush cannot be mevatel chazaka. But what about, but by Yoshua, there was kibush and chazaka. So why was the kibush Nebuchadnezzar? Why was it mevatel? Why was it mevatel the kibush? Well, what about the chazaka? So the Brisker Rav added on to this point. Kibush cannot be mevatel chazaka, but by Yehoshua, there was a t'nai that the Kedusha only came through a kibush. There had to be a kibush. That was a t'nai. That was a condition in giving Kedusha, in infusing Kedusha into Eretz Yisrael. A t'nai that it had to be through kibush, and therefore, even though there was also a chazaka, but once the kibush of Nebuchadnezzar came and canceled the kibush of Yehoshua, right? So that t'nai that was necessary for the Kedusha. If that was canceled, so even though there was a chazaka, so the Kedusha was also nullified. That's the Tzfas Yontif and the Brisker Rav. There is a second answer, very, very famous answer on page 6, comes from the Radvaz in Hilchas Trumas. Let's read through the Rambam. Halacha Hey. The Rambam actually, Beis HaBechira comes after Hilchas Trumas. And the Rambam already mentions the kibush and the chazaka already in Hilchas. Sorry. Let me just shut it off. Yeah. So the Rambam mentions already the kibush and the chazaka in Hilchas Trumas. Halacha Hey, kol she'achziku oilem Mitzrayim v'niskadish kedusha rishayna kem shegolu botla kedusha son. Right? Once they went into Golus, the kedusha rishayna was bottled. She kedusha rishayna lefi shoysim b'nei akibush milvad. Kitcha l'shaita v'lo kitcha liyasid lovo. Kevin shalu b'nei agolo from Bavel. Ve'achziku b'mixas haaretz kitshuha kedusha shniya. When they returned from Bavel, they were mekadesh the kedusha shniya ha'omedes li'olam l'shaita v'la'asid lavo, and this is a permanent, eternal kedusha. They left out certain places in Eretz Yisrael that they were not mekadesh by the kedusha of Ezra, so that there wouldn't be a din of shvius, there wouldn't be a din of trumas omaisis in those areas, to make it easier for aniyim. So there were certain places that they left out that they weren't mekadesh, but basically they were mekadesh a kedusha l'shaita v'la'asid lavo by the kedusha shniya. Why? So the Rambam here mentions again the two kedushas. Kedusha Rishona was bottle, and Kedusha Shniya was not bottle. Why? What was the difference? So here the Radvaz explains. He gives a different interpretation between the difference between them. If you look at the arrow, Rabbeinu Kosal Lefisha Hoysam Ibnei Akibush Bilvad, Kisha L'Shaita V'Lo Asid Lavo, Nira L'Daita, Lefisha Lo Kitshua Bapeh, Elo Bimei Ezra Kitshua Bapeh. Radvaz said, how was Ezra Mikadesh Eretz Yisrael? Yoshua, we know, it was through Kibush Melchama, through the conquest of the land. That instilled Kedusha into the land. What about Ezra? There was no conquest, there was no kibush. So how did Eretz Yisrael get its Kedusha by Ezra? So the Revah says it was Kedushas Peh, a verbal sanctification of Eretz Yisrael. Just like by a carbon, you mekadesh a carbon, and it gets Kedusha, and that Kedusha is permanent. Kedusha doesn't go off unless it gets a moment, you put it, but otherwise the Kedusha is a permanent Kedusha. So to Eretz Yisrael, Ezra ubeis dino, they were mekadesh, a verbal sanctification of the Eretz Yisrael, and that verbal sanctification is not bottled. Even though there's a kibush, the land was taken away from them, that is not going to be bottled, just like by a carbon. The sanctification remains, is permanent, And it's very, very meduyuk. The Dvar Avram points out it's very, very meduyuk in the Loshin of the Rambam here, because by Kedusha Rishona, the Rambam writes, Niskadesh Kedusha Rishona. It became automatically, the land became Kadosh by Kedusha Rishona through Kibush, because once they conquered the land, it automatically was sanctified, was Niskadesh. By Kedusha of Bayesheni, of Kedusha Shniya, the Rambam says, Kitshuva. They actively were Mekadesh. It wasn't Mimela, it wasn't something that just happened. They actively, so the Revah says, what does that mean? What was the act of Kiddush? It was a Kedusha Bapeh. So he asked the Revah goes on to ask the question, why didn't Yehoshua do that? Why didn't Yehoshua make a Kedusha Bapeh? And the Revah gives an answer. He gives an answer, but the Dvar Avram gives a very, very beautiful answer. Dvar Avram says two things. First of all, the Rambam doesn't say Kiddush Bapeh. He says B'chazokah. How does Chazokah refer to Kiddush Bapeh? So the Dvar Avram, the Kovner Rav, says that you can only be Makadesh Bapeh if you're living in the land. You have to be machzik in the land. If there would be Jews outside of Eretz Yisrael and they want to be Makadesh Bapeh, they have no connection to the land, they can't be Makadesh Bapeh. So that's what the Rambam means by Chazokah. They have to be living in the land and the Mekadesh Bapeh, and he brings a raya from a Meiri. If you turn to page 7, there's a Meiri in Megillah, where the Meiri says, the Chain by the arrow. The Chain Shehutzucha Liskadesh B'mei Ezra, they had to re-sanctify the land. B'mei Ezra, the Kiddush Ha'omer Ba'aretz, Eino B'toides V'shir. It's not through the Korban Toida and through Shir. Shein Kiddush Toides V'shir Ela B'tosefes Ha'ir V'Azoros. That's only if they want to expand the city of Yerushalayim, expand the Azorah. Elo Kiddush B'maimor U'v'chazokah Shemachzikin Ba B'toides Eretz Yisrael. How was Ezra Mekadesh Eretz Yisrael? Maimor means a mirror, so a papeh. Uvechazokah, shemachzik in Eretz Yisrael. They were living in Eretz Yisrael. So he said there was a combination of the chazokah and the fact that they were living in Eretz Yisrael. They had the ability to be Mekadesh Eretz Yisrael bapeh. So it was a Kedusha's peh. A Kedusha's peh remains forever. Oh, yeah. So that's next. That's the second point that Dvar Avram says. Why not by Yehoshua? He says because Yehoshua, when Yehoshua did a kibush of the land, it automatically became kadosh through the kibush, through the conquest of the land. Once the land becomes kadosh through a conquest, it's not shaykh to do a kidushas peh because it's already kadosh. What? It was too late. By Ezra, there was no kibush. The land didn't become kadosh through the chazokah alone, just by them settling in the land. So when they returned, when Ezra and the Jews returned to Eretz Yisrael, the chazokah itself did not establish kedusha. Therefore, they were able to be mekadesh through peh. But by Yehoshua, they couldn't be mekadesh through peh because by Yehoshua, the kibush itself, first they had to conquer the land. The kibush itself infused the kedusha in the land, and therefore it's sort of superfluous. Then, and you can't, once it's kadosh, you can't really. That's right. Yeah, right. The kedusha is there already. It's there already. The what? The chazokah itself, they had to do a kiddush bapeh. The chazokah itself would not instill kedusha. What? That's right. Oh yeah, they allowed them, but the chazokah did not instill the kedusha. So that's right, and that's what the Rambam means when he says chazokah. He doesn't mean the chazokah, the living on the land itself instilled kedusha. According to the Advance, it was the kedusha's peh, but they had to be living on the land in order to infuse that kedusha's peh. No, that's what the Var Avram says. No, they had to conquer the land first. Right? Yeah, you couldn't do a if you don't have the land, you can't do a Kedusha's pet, right? So they had to conquer the land, and by the conquest itself automatically infused Kedusha into them. Third answer, Chasam Sofer. Chasam Sofer has a very, very interesting answer. Chasam Sofer says that the Rambam says that the kibush can be mevatel kibush, the kibush of Nebuchadnezzar. So the Chasam Sofer says that really kibush of goyim cannot cancel, cannot nullify the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael because they have no reshus. There is a concept of kibush milchama, a concept the Gemara talks about in Gittin in various sugyas, kibush milchama. We know Ammon u'Moav tuaru b'sichain, right? We just read about it. Ammon u'Moav, that Sichon Melech HaMoavi conquered Ammon u'Moav, and therefore it became the land of Sichain v'Oig, and therefore Klal Yisrael was able to conquer it. We just read about it, right? But that did not apply. The Chasam Sofer says after Matan Torah. After Matan Torah, the only way that kibush would work is if the goyim have reshus to do a kibush. They have reshus. They have no reshus. If they don't have reshus to do kibush, they're rabbinic kibush. It's based on the Rashi in Sanhedrin Daf Nun Tes that they have to have reshus to do kibush. So did they have reshus to do kibush? What? Reshus from Hakadosh Baruch Hu. So he says, the Chasam Sofer says that when it comes to Nebuchadnezzar and to Koresh, Nebuchadnezzar conquered Eretz Yisrael by Churban Bayis Rishon, and Koresh and Koresh took over the land from Belshazzar. So then it was al pi Hashem. The kibush was prophesied. There was a nevuah that Nebuchadnezzar would conquer the land. And since there was a nevuah, he was given reshus to conquer the land. He was given reshus to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. So that was reshus al pi Hashem. That was reshus from a Novi. And therefore his kibush, the kibush of Nebuchadnezzar, was capable, since he was given reshus, was capable of canceling the kibush of Yehoshua and the Kedusha that was infused in the land by Yehoshua. Masha'enkein, by Bayesheni. There was no nevuah by Bayesheni. Nevuah is already botel at the beginning of Bayesheni. When the Romans conquered, there was no nevuah that the Romans should be able to conquer. Of course, everything is hashgacha, but there was no nevuah, there was no reshus. There was no specific reshus that was given to the Romans to conquer, and therefore their kibush cannot be mevatel the chazaka. It was a chisorin in the kibush. The reason why the kibush of Nebuchadnezzar worked is because it was prophesied. It was through a novi that Nebuchadnezzar was given reshus to destroy the Beis HaMikdash and to conquer the land. Masha'enkein, the Romans were never, there was no reshus, no specific reshus that they were given, and therefore their kibush did not have the strength, the power of kibush to be mevatel the Kedusha of Bayesheni. That's Chasam Sofer.
The Rambam says it would kibush and chazak.
Yeah.
According to this, hypothetically, if Ezra would have come with a kibush, would have been the same. It's just that the chisaron is in the force that was undoing it.
It's not exactly fitting into the words of the Rambam, but that's the concept that the Chasam Sofer uses to explain the difference between Kedusha Rishayna is bottle and Kedusha Shniya is not bottle. One more answer from the Meshech Chochma. And the Meshech Chochma also is not, it's more derech drush, rather than, it doesn't fit so well into the Lashon of the Rambam, but the Meshech Chochma in Parshas Bishalach has a very, very beautiful insight. Why the first Kedusha was bottle and the second Kedusha was not. Meshech Chochma says it's based on the Gemara in Bechoros. Gemara in Bechoros Daf Mem Zayin. You don't have, I didn't give you the Meshech Chochma. I gave you the Chasam Sofer. Chasam Sofer is on page 8. So So you can go through the Chassam Sofer yourselves. But the Meshech Chochmah says the following. There's a Gemara in Bechayris that says, we know that a Bas Koyin is allowed to eat Truma, right? What happens if a Bas Levi is able to eat Meiser Rishon? What happens if there was Nus, if she was Mizana, a Bas Levi was Mizana with a Goy, let's say? Does she lose her ability to eat Meiser? So the Gemara Bechayris says, no, she still retains the ability to eat Meiser. But a Bas Koyin who was Mizana with a Goy loses whatever Kedusha she had, and she's no longer able to eat Truma. She becomes like a Zorah, and the Kedushas Kahuna that she has is Poka, goes off. What's the difference? Why by a Bas Levi, if she's Mizana with a Goy, she doesn't lose her status of a Levi, but a Bas Koyin loses her status of a Bas Koyin to eat Truma. So Tosfos explains why. Because a Bas Koyin, Kahuna is a greater Kedusha than Leviah. Kahuna is a higher level of Kedusha. So because a Bas Koyin is on a higher level of Kedusha, when that Kedusha is defiled, is desecrated, she loses the Kedusha. A Bas Levi doesn't have the same level of Kedusha. It's a lower level. And therefore, even though it's desecrated, it doesn't go off. In other words, there's a concept that the greater the Kedusha is, if it's nitma, it's defiled, then it loses the Kedusha. Masha Enkein, a lower level of Kedusha is not, even though it's desecrated, it doesn't lose the Kedusha. That's a Gemara. So the Meshech Chochmah, the Gadlus of the Meshech, Rabbi Simcha Midvinz, right? He was actually in Dvinz with the Rogatchover, right? The two of them. He was a Litvak, and the Rogatchover was a Chassid, a Chabad Chassid. But they got along. They were so close to each other, and so the Renei Simcha said it's the same thing by Kedusha Rishona and Kedusha Shnia. Kedusha Rishona of Eretz Yisrael, it was Kibush Haaretz. How did they conquer the land? They went to war with the Oren HaKodesh. When they went out to war, it was with the Oren HaKodesh, with the Gilui Shechina that was there. And therefore, the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael, of Kedusha Rishona, was on a very, very high level of Kedusha. But by Sheni, there was no Oren HaKodesh. By Sheni was missing 5 things, the Gemara says, right? The missing Oren HaKodesh, Vitumim, Choshen, but there was no Oren HaKodesh. So when they were Kaddish, by Sheni, it was without the Oren HaKodesh. It was without that. It was a lower level of Kedusha. What? No, Levium also were not there, right? So it was a lower level of Kedusha. So and therefore a Kedusha which is on a higher level of Kedusha, it's easier to nullify, to cancel that Kedusha. But if it's a lower level of Kedusha, like the Kedusha Shnia of Eretz Yisrael, it doesn't get canceled so easily. Because it's almost counterintuitive. It's almost counterintuitive. But that's what we see from the Gemara in Bechayris. That a Bas Koyin who's defiled loses her Kedusha, can't eat Truma. A Bas Levi can still eat Truma. So there's that concept of a greater, a higher level of Kedusha. And the Meshech Chochmah brings a Medrash to prove this. The Medrash says on the Pasuk in Oz Yoshia. What? Yeah. No, also the rice. Maisha Rishon. So the Medrash says, Ad Yavor Amcha Hashem, Ad Yavor Am Zukanisa. We say it in Rosh Hashanah every day. Ad Yavor Amcha Hashem, Zubia Rishayna. Amcha Hashem, that's the kibush of Yehoshua. Why? Bia Rishayna, because it was with the Oren HaKodesh. Amcha Hashem, there was a Gilui Shechina when they conquered Eretz Yisrael in the time of Yehoshua. Right? Ad Yavor Amcha Hashem, Ad Yavor Amzu Konisa, Zu Bia Shnia. That's when Ezra came back. That's Amzu Konisa. There was no Oren HaKodesh. Hashem's name is not mentioned because there was no Gilui Shechina. Shechina was missing from Bayis Sheni. a certain level of Gilui Shechina was missing from Bayeshen. The Shechina, of course, is still on the Mokum HaMikdash, but it's a different level. There are 10 levels of, the Orach Chaim says, of Hashras HaShechina. But the Shechina was missing in the intensity of the Shechina was missing in Bayeshen. And therefore, Bayesheni, which did not have that intense Kedusha, the Kedusha was not canceled. It was not nullified through the kibush. And that's why it says, that the rest of the pasuk says, Tiviemo v'sitaemo b'har nachloscha. Says the Meshech Chochma, Tiviemo v'sitaemo, you implanted them. See, sitaemo is to plant. The Kedusha of Bayesheni is implanted in Eretz Yisrael. The Kedusha of Shniya of Eretz Yisrael is implanted. When you plant something, it takes roots. It stays there. It's not. It doesn't disappear. It's not canceled. It remains implanted. So let me just conclude with a beautiful machshava that I heard from the Chassam Sofer. I didn't hear. I mean, I saw it from Chassam Sofer.
Because when you learn, you can hear it.
Well, you can hear it. Somehow it's there. The coal is there. Coal is there. We read in last week's parsha, in Parshas Pinchas, the parsha of Korban Tamid, right? As Korbani lachmi leishai reach nichoichi tishmru lahakriv li b'moad. Right? So you have to bring a Korban Tamid twice a day. Korbani lachmi leishai. Ishai means for the fire, to burn up the Korban Tamid. So says the Chassam Sofer, leishai gematria. Ishai is Aleph, Shin, Yud. Aleph, if we take Aleph is Aleph, right? You take Aleph, not one, we're not counting it as one, but we're counting it as Aleph. That's 1,000. Shin is 300. Yud is 10. Comes out to 1,310. So Chassam Sofer says, how long did they bring Carbonos for? 1,310 years. Because they brought Carbonos 40 years in the Midbar, and then until Binyan Bayis Rishon was 440 years, but they had the whole time. They had Mishkan Shiloi and Nova Givain that they were bringing Carbonos. That was 440 years. Bayis Rishon, how long did Bayis Rishon last? What? Bayis Rishon was 410, and Bayis Sheni was 420. So you add them up, it comes out to 1,310 years. So there's a remez in the word Ishai to 1,310 years that we were able to bring Carbonos. And even though the Rambam said, technically, Makrivim Afal Pishem Bayis, but Lamaisa, after Churban Bayis Sheni, no Carbonos were brought. And then it says, Tishmeru lahakriv li v'moada. Tishmeru means you should make sure, you should observe and make sure that you bring the Carbonos. So Chassam Sofer says, Tishmeru can also be Miloshin, but Oviv Shomar Es Hadova. By Yaakov Avinu says, Oviv Shomar Es Hadova, that he waited and he yearned to see the fulfillment of the Nevuah. When he heard about the Nevuah of Yosef, right? That Yosef was the holiness of Yosef. Oviv Shomar Es Hadova. He waited and yearned to see the fulfillment. So that's what the Torah's Maram is. You brought Carbonos for 1,310 years, right? Tishmeru, you should yearn, wait and yearn, and to be shomer, looking forward to that day that you'll be able to bring more Carbonos. So that's the remez that Chassam Sofer says in the pasuk of the Korban Tamid. And since we learned that the Kedusha of Mikdash is loy batel, the Kedusha of Mikdash is always present, right? Is eternal, because the Hashras HaShechina, Shechina Eino B'Teila, the Shechina is always there. So, and that's why the Rambam says, technically we could bring Carbonos if we would be able to solve all of the technical issues, we'd be able to bring Carbonos Bisman Hazeh. So we yearn for that day when we can go back to the Mikdash, the Bayis Shlishi, and bring Carbonos. I just want to end off with really an amazing Migale Amukais. So we said that there are no Carbonos being brought today. Galamukas the Ramami Panu. So the Ramami Panu says there actually are Carbonos that are being brought today. You heard in the last year about Eliyahu Novi. Ramami Panu says Eliyahu Novi is bringing Carbonos today also. Let me read you this Ramami Panu. The Ramami Panu says Eliyahu Shumizera Avram Misherish Pinchas. Comes from Pinchas, right? Either he is Pinchas or he comes a descendant of Pinchas. She'omad b'Sinai v'zocha lebris shalom v'odenu chai. Eliyahu is still alive. Al kain hu metapis v'oila l'lamit zchus metapis v'yoridim tzadikim ezor v'tzaris. So he's always malamit zchus on Klal Yisrael, and he's always trying to help out. And when there are tzaris, nimsa ma'oid v'amru olav. So I don't know where this comes from, the Ramami Pani. He doesn't quote a source. Amru olav shu makriv tamidim bebeis hamikdash. Eliyahu Hanavi is bringing korban tamid in the Beis Hamikdash, afal pi shu shamein, even though it's destroyed. Shaharei bikdushoso yomei, but it still has kedusha, as we saw. Va'asya ki hodet tanina b'sof edges makrivim afal pi shein bayis. You can bring korbanos if you know how. When you're able to get around all the technical problems, you can bring korbanos mizman hazeh, and that's what Eliyahu Hanavi is doing. The efsha shenignazu lo kupis mitrumas halishka, and he says possibly he has some of the shkolim from the trumas halishka, so that he can use those shkolim to bring a korban tamid, because korban tamid has to be brought from the shkolim that were donated to the trumas halishka. Kidei shiyu boim mishel tzibur, it has to come from the tzibur. The eino rochak lahamin shiyu avos ha'olam oindim al gabav l'maimed. There's a din by korban tzibur. You have to have mamodos, so you have to have representatives of Klal Yisrael standing there in the Beis Hamikdash when they're bringing the korban for the tzibur of Klal Yisrael. So the Ramami panel says, so who were the mamodos for Eliyahu Hanavi? The Ovis, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov were the mamodos when Eliyahu Hanavi is bringing a korban tamid. The Haman also v'yidusa mishayrim. He needs Leviim, singing the Shira. So he says, and Nistome, there are Haman, Yedusin, and also the Yedusin, other Misharim. The Iris HaKodshim. Now the Kohen, Eliyahu Hanavi is a Kohen, right? And he gets the Iris of the Kodshim, he gets the skins of the Kodshim. Dichtibahu lo yiyeh, belongs to him. Amru shu oisem megillis. He takes those skins and he writes parchments. He writes Megillas, v'koisev zchiyoseim shel kol echad mi Yisrael. And he's writing down the schusim of Klal Yisrael. V'yesh oimim she'ezor or shelo hu me'elo shel Avram Avinu. Eliyahu wore a garter. He had a belt. And there were those who say that his belt was from the ayil that was brought for the Akedah. The Elo shel Avram Avinu ki lo yoasa legufei or lahaskes chusavis tomid, that there should be a chusavis all the time. So the Ramami panel says there actually are, because of this halacha makrivim Carbonos afal pi she'ein bo bayis. We can't do it, but Eliyahu Hanavi is there bringing korban tamid for Klal Yisrael, for the tzibur of Klal Yisrael. But we await the day that we ourselves will have a bayis shlishi, where it comes down in Hashamayim, we'll have to build it, machlokes rishonim. So they'll have a bayis shlishi, and we'll be able, tishru lahakriv libam oladam, that we yearn and we look forward to that day that we can bring korbanos.
Does anybody suggest that?
Sorry, Martin, thank you so much. Thank you.
Does anybody suggest that Chazaka didn't become Bakr? Because no one settled the land in Eretz Yisrael after Yidden were out. No one sits there. In other words,
but the kibush can't be Vatal Chazaka.
Yeah.
And there was no one.
There was no one that did Chazaka.
Yeah, good. Yeah. I didn't see that, but it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yashikoyak. Thank you so much.
Hypothetically, if the kibbutz time of Yoshua was up here Rishus, just from a kind of thing,
you mean the kibbutz of Nebuchadnezzar?
Then the kibbutz of Nebuchadnezzar wouldn't have been.
No. Because he was given Rishus through Nevuah. He was given Rishus to conquer the land. Therefore, he was mevatel his kibush was able to cancel the kedusha of the land.
In spite of, we said before, kibush doesn't about the kibush. Kibush wouldn't be about the only.
No.
Oh, no, the other way around.
Kibush can be mevatel kibush, but the Chassam Sofer is saying kibush can only be mevatel kibush if you have reshus to do the kibush.
Okay.
So Nebuchadnezzar was given reshus to the nevuah. So therefore, his kibush was able to be mevatel. But by the Romans, there was no nevuah. So they were never given reshus to conquer the
Right,
land.
but Hashem, why did Hashem have to send Yoshua in with kibush and not with?
That's
the
mitzvah.
Okay.
That was the mitzvah.
When you said Yeshua had to be had to do it.
Yeah, first of all, he had to conquer the land. He was told by Hashem, go in and conquer the land. That was the mitzvah. That was the mitzvah of kibush. It was a mitzvah of kibush.
Before anything else.
We read yesterday in yesterday's parsha. And you should conquer the land. That was a mitzvah of Hashem. So they conquer the land, not just to walk in and buy houses in the land. Conquer the land from the Shiva Umas and the Canaan. And destroy them. Yeah.
And the Mendel sets up the chazaka for Ezra.
Well, it was Mekadesh, it sanctified the land because that kibush was the mitzvah of conquering the land, and that infused the Kedusha in the land. Now Ezra was after Churban Bayis Rishon. So when they came back, there was no kibush, there was no war. Like Ezra, he was given b'shus by Kodesh that the Jews should go back to Eretz Yisrael. That's chazak. That's chazak.
So the kibush would be needed nevertheless.
No.
Even not really.
No.
It didn't like the enemies being there or whatever.
No. They didn't fight. There was no fighting. No fighting, no war. Just set in the
The Rambam here is a rather strong language. It says, "Shari'ina Eretz Yisrael."
Yeah, very good deal.
And it's a couple of things. Number one, that would mean you have the Mikdash and Yerushalayim existing like in a mikvah. Like the Yidden in the desert, that there's a Mishkan without Eretz, so there's no in Eretz Yisrael.
You can't say that. You can't. What the Rambam means, Eina Eretz doesn't have the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael. There were two dinim in Eretz Yisrael. There's the Shem Eretz Yisrael, and then there's the Revah in Sanhedrin. There's the Shem Eretz Yisrael and Kedusha Eretz Yisrael. Kedusha Eretz Yisrael for mitzvahs, not for Yisrael. But then there's a Shem Eretz Yisrael. To be buried in Eretz Yisrael is very special, right? Smicha has to be in Eretz Yisrael. It's so the Rambam says it doesn't have to be in Eretz Yisrael, which has Kedusha. It has to be in the Shem Eretz Yisrael, within the boundaries that the Torah gives. So even though it might lose its Kedusha for mitzvahs, for trumas and maasros, but it still retains its Shem, its status of Eretz. That's Eretz Yisrael Muchzucht and Mepsefes Lonu Arosein, right? From Avram Avinu, he was given Eretz Yisrael. There was no Kedusha Eretz Yisrael, but they had a Shem Eretz Yisrael.
That's why it's only not Trumas, not Shalayim, or not Messianic.
That's right.
Is the border there.
That's right.
The Shalayim will apply even outside.
That's right. But that's I noticed that deal because I didn't see anybody talk about that. But Eino Eretz Yisrael, you have to say it lost its Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael. But the Shem Eretz Yisrael, for smicha, for kvura, for the maybe even for the mitzvah of living in Eretz Yisrael.
What? Or Kilayim.
Yeah. Or Kilayim, Kilei right? That, I think that would be the same. So look up the Rambam in Hilchos Sanhedrin where he talks about smicha. That was the first year. He talks about smicha.
Rabbi,
Yes.
The Gemara with Rabbi Akiva laughing with the foxes.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the second base of Mikdash being destroyed.
Second base on Mikdash,
So
yeah.
that's not considered an ultimate war. That wasn't done with. I thought the whole point of Rabbi Akiva's story is
No, that was
that
after
it's
the.
destined to happen. So then he knew that, right? I mean, because you're
right.
Between the first and the second, the first one they had permission.
Right.
That was like
That's
preordained.
But the second one, there was no permission. In the first Nevuah, there was permission given to Bovel to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. and to exile Klal Yisrael. In the second one, there was no permission given to the Romans or to any particular nation. There was a nevuah that there will be a destruction, but
not given to the
permission.
Romans.
That's right. So they didn't have the
That's
rishus, the rishoyim, the rishus to do the kibush that they didn't have. And in order for their kibush to be effective, they had to have rishus. They had to have rishus from HaKadosh.
And then last question regarding the concept of bringing confrontation when the whole nation is the tumah.
Oh, tumahut b'tzibur. Yeah. So that's what they spoke about.
Like how does that?
Oh, so the tumah issue is one of the bringing that's part of the discussion. What? Yeah, that's the least of the issues. Yeah, right. The least was the least of the issues. The major issue was mizbeach, the exact mokum of the mizbeach, and the kohuna, kohanim yuchosim, and
Okay, we need to have the next, the program continue.
That's it.
Okay, everyone, grab yourself some things. We're going to introduce over here. What's your first name? Elio was here already. Elio El Yishmareni. No. If everyone can take your seats, we're on for our next year. We want to thank Rabbi Sauer for a very special class. And now we're on to the next year. This one, for sure needs no introduction over here at Mayan. My very special son-in-law, Rabbi Zirkind, Rabbi Mendel Zirkind. And the class we're going to be doing now is on the topic whether Gezeris, Tekanas Chazal from the past, which a lot of them were made dafka during the time of the second Beis Hamikdash because of certain weaknesses. To what degree do we expect all these Tekanas Chazal to continue on in the Zman of the base in the time of Days of Moshiach? Will things become more stringent? Will things become a little lighter? Which direction are things going? So, without further ado, Rabbi Zirkind.
Good morning. So I don't know if it was mentioned, but today in the Daily Tanya says, Tanya is explaining how the fact that we ask Hashem every day to forgive us, slach lanu, so we know for sure that Hashem is forgiving us. And the reason the Balatanya says that we know for sure that Hashem is forgiving us is because otherwise we run into a problem of a bracha of atala. How could we ask Hashem, slach lanu, and then we say that Hashem, baruch atah Hashem, that He's meichel and forgives us, if He doesn't? It'll be a bracha of atala. So that's the argument that the Balatani says, that for sure the Eibusher forgives us. So likewise, we ask every day, B'nai Yerushalayim, Ircha B'rachamim Toshuv. In the same tefillah, in the same Shemona Esrei, we ask in a number of different ways about the binyan habayis. So we know for sure that it can't be a bracha of atala. So we demand from the Eibishter that in his Torah it says that it leads to a bracha of atala. So we have to really demand from Hashem that these classes that we're learning about Hilchos Mashiach, about the coming Geula, has to be with a demand, recognizing that the Eibusher has to fulfill his promise, and also that it shouldn't be a problem of bracha of atala. The topic that we're going to be discussing and trying to explore is a difficult topic to really properly go through. It leaves a lot of room for doubt and uncertainty and questions. I'm going to try to give a perspective to see how perhaps we could take an approach over here. I apologize, I do not have copies of texts, so you may just have to believe me on what it says. as well as if I do read a little bit inside, I hope you don't get too bored. So let's begin with the Tosefta. The Tosefta in the Gemara in Rosh Hashanah discusses regarding certain takonos, certain enactments Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai made regarding the blowing of the shofar. We know after the destruction of Beis HaMikdash, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Mishnah says, instituted the blowing of the shofar in Yavin and other places, as well as regarding the laws of Kiddush HaChodesh. If you look in the Mishnayos in Rosh Hashanah, it lists all the different takonos of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So the Tosefta there says at the end of, this is in Perek Beis, Halacha Zayin, it says over there that Amar Rabbi Shua ben Karcha, Dvarim Eilu Hiskinun Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai Mishachar Beis HaMikdash. Rabbi Shua ben Karcha says that these things Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai instituted when the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. That when the Beis HaMikdash will be rebuilt, may it happen speedily, these matters will go back to the way they were. That means that these institutions, these takonos of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, was meant for a time, and that eventually they'll go back. The Rambam likewise paskins this way. The Rambam in Hilchos Lulav, Perek Zayin, Halacha Tezvav. The Rambam there is discussing regarding the mitzvah of Lulav, and he discusses regarding some of the differences between taking the Lulav in the times of the Beis HaMikdash, in the times of Chutz La'aretz, in the times of Beis HaMikdash and Eretz Yisrael and Chutz La'aretz, in the time after the destruction of Beis HaMikdash, which we're going to hopefully get into a little bit later more at length. So in Perek Zayin, Hilchos Lulav, the Rambam says, in Halacha Tezvav, Mishachar Beis HaMikdash Hiskinu Sheyululav Nitzal B'chol Mokem. When the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai instituted that the lulav is taken every day. We take the lulav every single day. That's not the way it was in the Bizman Abayis. Bizman Abayis, he only took the lulav once, except for in the Mikdash. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was masakin that you should take the lulav every single day. Kol Shivas Yimei HaChag, all 7 days of Sukkot. Why? Zeichel HaMikdash, as a remembrance for the Mikdash. You make the bracha every day. Why? Because we know something that's an institution of the Rabbanan has a power of the Torah. The Gemara tells us in Shabbos, so you make a bracha. And then the Rambam concludes the halacha, the takana zu, in kol ha-takanas, shehiskin Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, this takana with all the other takanas Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai instituted, mishechara Beis HaMikdash, when the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, kishiyabana Beis HaMikdash, when the Beis HaMikdash will be rebuilt, Yachsru hadvarim liyashna. The thing will go back to the way it was. We will not be taking a lulav in Chutz La'aretz or outside of the Mikdash every single day. So here you clearly see in these two makaris, and ostensibly the Rambam's makar for this din is the Tosefta. That's the Pashtus. He's taking this straight out of the Tosefta, and I don't see the Neisa Kalim quoting it from the Tosefta, but the Pashtus it's the Tosefta. That this concept of the takana that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai made is going to, when Mashiach comes, is going to be nullified. It's going to be bottled. So now the question that l'chura we could ask is, what's about the other takanas? There's many of takanas of Chazal throughout history, and gzeiros of the Chachamim instituted. Just let's take a number of them. Netilas Yadayim, washing our hands before bread. The Gemara in Erevin tells us Shloimy Melech was masakin Netilas Yadayim. Whether it was first Latruma, Lakachim, then the Chazal made it for bread, whatever, the development of the Takana, Chanukah Purim, right? Some of our basic, Jewish traditions is all rooted in Takanas and Gzeiros. You're not allowed to eat chicken and milk together is a Gzeira. You're not allowed to eat milk and meat, even real meat together is only a Gzeira, because Menater, it's only if it's cooked. Midirabanan, they said, even if it's not cooked, you may come to cook it and eat it together. Hundreds of Gzeiros Chazal. Takanas Chazal, what's going to be their status when Mashiach comes? Are they going to follow like with Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's Takanas, or are they going to be something different? So there's a sefer called Chazdei Dovid from Rav Dovid Pardu, very famous Achron, who wrote a whole pirush on the Tosefta, famous pirush of the Chazdei Dovid on the Tosefta. You can find it almost all Toseftas that they sell, they say with pirush Chazdei Dovid. And over there, he brings down some of this discussion, and he wants to prove from this Tosefta that we just quoted that the fact that the Tosefta only mentions the takanas Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai that seems to suggest only Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's takanas are going to be bottled when Mashiach comes. But all the other gzeres, takanas, gedorim are going to be fully in place when Mashiach comes. And even those gzeres that seemingly will have no reason for their existence, their reason will be completely nullified. For example, the famous gzer of Rabbah. Rabbah says that why don't we blow shofar on Rosh Hashanah that falls out on Shabbos? Why don't we take a lulav on Rosh Hashanah that falls out on Shabbos? Why don't we read the Megillah on Rosh Hashanah that falls on Purim that falls out on Shabbos? The reason is because of you may come to carry 4 Amos and a Shusarab. Very strange takana. Maybe we'll get into it, maybe we won't. He says even that will be around when Mashiach comes. And he says that the reason why it's a gzera that will have no basis or no reason, because seemingly all the Yidden, it says it says the world will be full of knowledge of Hashem. So the reason, the concern of Rabbah, which was that people may not know how to blow shofar, not know how to the halachas, not know how to make brachas, not know how to shake the lulav, it's not going to be necessary. So he says that no, the fact that this Tosefta only mentions Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai must mean that only the takanot Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai are going to be bottled. Now let's analyze a little bit. What would be, if we think about it, what would be the difference between the takanas Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and all the other takanas of Chazal? Well, what should be the difference? So seemingly we could look at it in 2 ways. The first way is a little bit more straightforward. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai gave a clear reason, or not a clear reason. The motivation of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's takanas was because of the destruction of Beis HaMikdash. As in many instances, it actually says it's Zeichel HaMikdash, it's to remember the Mikdash. So number one, when Mashiach comes, there's no more Zeichel HaMikdash, you have the Mikdash itself. Number two, it'll be like a contradiction in itself. You're doing something that was only instituted as a destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. At the time of the Beis HaMikdash, it doesn't, they say in Yiddish, it's klepnish, it doesn't go together, right? So from that angle in itself, you would say Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's takanas are very different in their nature and why they were instituted. That's why they will be the only ones that will be nizbatel Mashiach comes. However, you could look at it from a different angle, and you could say that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai only was misaken these takanas for now, for the Churban. But when Mashiach comes, he never was misaken that it should continue when Mashiach comes. In fact, the Tosefta that we quoted a moment ago actually says those words. Rabbi Yeshua ben Korcha says, "Hiskin Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai mishchar Beis HaMikdash lichishiyabana." That when it will be rebuilt, it'll go back. That means the takana was, so to speak, already had within it this loophole, so to speak. What? Right. Correct. Now, the truth is, this second way of thinking, we could further analyze and break down in another 2 ways. Let's understand what exactly does this mean. What does it mean that when he made the takana was, so to speak, with a time limit on it? So really you could see it in 2 ways. One way you could see it is that the takana was made with a condition, right? The condition was made that the only time this takana will be in place is when there's such and such, but once the Beis HaMikdash comes, it's going to go back. So it's a t'nai, it's a condition in the whole takana. The only chalois, the only potential of the takana should be is when what? Is when there is a churban. When there's no churban, when Beis HaMikdash is here, there's no more takana, it's ois, it's out. And we know Chazal had that power to institute a takana with such a t'nai. We have a Mishnah Ma'aser Sheni. The Mishnah Ma'aser Sheni, Perek Hey Mishnah Beis. The Mishnah Ma'aser Sheni there is talking about that there was a special, they used to bring a procession of all the Kerem Revah, the fruits that were around Yerushalayim. They used to take 1 day's journey to go to Yerushalayim. The takana, you had to bring them all to Yerushalayim to beautify Yerushalayim Beperis. La'ater Yerushalayim Beperis. So you had all the surrounding villages bring up their fruits of Kerem Revah. The 4th year of the vineyards used to bring up all to Yerushalayim. However, what happened is when that there was so many fruits, they made a takana. The takana is that you could be paida, because Kerem Revah, you have to eat the money's value, at least in Yerushalayim. You could be paida closer to Yerushalayim. You don't have to bring it into Yerushalayim. So the Mishnah there has a machlokes between the Chachamim and Rabbi Yossi. The Chachamim says, T'nai hoye b'davar. They made a condition. That whenever they want, this matter could go back to the way it was. Meaning there's always that possibility of changing things. The tonight, the whole takana was only based on a tonight. Rabbi Yossi says, the tonight was when the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. And clearly that was the Tanai. The Tanai was when Mashiach comes, when the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, Mashiach, this Tanai, this takana will go away. So you clearly see a precedent in another place in the Mishnah, Ma'aser Sheni, that the whole basis over here is a Tanai. It's based on working through a Tanai. However, there's another way you can look at it. It doesn't have to be based on a Tanai. It's not a condition in the initial takana. It's a little bit different. It's that the takana was only made for a certain time period. There's an afkamina between the two, but let's just explain the difference. Tanai says, it's like if you're Makadosh and Isha, if you're Makadosh and Isha al Manas, you say, I'm Makadosh you on condition that what? That you have a fancy car. So Kol's man, she has the fancy car, so then the Kedusha is how? It's not. The Kedusha, the whole mitzvah, the whole existence is ois. It's not as if something came about and then came bottled. Nothing came about. The Tanai makes it that it's completely retroactively as if it never happened. That's what the Tanai does. Versus if you say there was something, it just had a time limit. If you're Mekadesh and Ish, you say Harei Ani Mekadeshes L'Shnei Yamim, for 2 days, there's a halais of the Kedusha for 2 days. Fine, in 2 days' time you will be ice, maybe, whatever. I'm not going to get into that. But there's a certain halais of a certain period of time. So there's another way to look at it, and that says that Rabbi Yecham Zake was misakin. This takana was that it should only be for a specific time period. It should only be for the time of Golus. Where do we find something similar to this? So l'chora, do you find something similar to this? The concept of pruzbul. The Gemara in Gittin tells us. We know Hillel Hazaken was misakin a pruzbul. What's a pruzbul? A pruzbul is when it comes to 7th year Shemitah, you can't collect your debts. So if someone owes you $500,000, come Shemitah, you can't collect it anymore. It's ice. You can't be noigus. You can't press him for the money. So Hillel saw that people were stopping to lend money because it was an easy way out. Just wait for Shvius, delay, and that's it. You default on your loan in an easy way. So he was misakin a pruzbul. Exactly what the word pruzbul means. Rashi there explains the wealthy with the poor, whatever it is. The point is that the pruzbul works, as machlekes rishonim exactly how a pruzbul works. But the simple way of understanding is a pruzbul is a certain a power that you give Bezin to collect the debt. So you're not really collecting it, Bezin's collecting the debt. At least that's according to Rashi. So he just learns a little differently. So Hillel was misakin the pruzbul. So the Gemara in Gittin has a whole discussion. How could Hillel be misakin the pruzbul? It's against Allah and the Torah. The Torah clearly says that once it comes to 7th year, the loan is over. That's it. The money doesn't belong to this person anymore. You can't claim the money. Hillel comes along and says, no, it is still yours. So the Gemara goes into a whole back and forth about this. But then the Gemara asks a question. The Gemara wants to know, Hillel pruzbul l'darei hu d'takin? Oh, l'darei almanami takin. Who was he misakin the pruzbul for? Was it only for his generation, or was it for all generations? What's the nafkamina? We'll get to it in a minute. What do you see from this Gemara? Again, this concept that the takana l'chatchila was established in a way that was only for a time period. It wasn't that it was al t'nai. It was for a time period, for only a generation, for only the generation of the goal. So these are the two possibilities, the two possible ways we could perhaps look at what this meaning of Rabbi Yecham and Zake's takanas are bottled. Now, either way you look at it, what would be the reasons behind we have to come up with such a reason? Why do we have to say that the takana was either made al t'nai or it was only made for a time period? Say simple. Now comes Beis HaMikdash, it's over, right? The takana is gone, right? There's no necessity for the takana, so the takana is gone. Why do you have to make a whole system, halachic system to explain why Rabbi Yecham and Zake's takanas are going to be bottle, are going to be ice? It's gone because it doesn't apply, simple. So that's what the Gemara here in Gittin actually says. The Gemara asks, L'may nafkamina, what makes a difference if Hillel was misakin for his generation or for all generations? The Gemara says the nafkamina would be, if you say he only was misakin for his generation, so then after this generation comes bottle. That's it, never, it comes bottle. But if you say he was misakin for all generations, we have a principle based on a Mishnah in Adius. A bezdin that is instituted something now, a future bezdin can't undo that takana. Unless it's as greater than this bezdin in number and in wisdom, whatever machlekes Rambam and Rabbi exactly what that means. This is known as a davar sheneser b'minyan, something that was instituted by Chazal at a certain point in history. We can't just undo it. There's no such a thing as turning back the clock. Once the takana was established, it's in place forever, unless we have a greater power, a greater bezdin that could come in place and undo it. So clearly, the takanas for Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai cannot simply just be comes Mashiach and they're bottled, they're ice. Why not? Because l'chora, you have this problem. You need a bezdin gadol b'chacham b'minyan, right? So you have that issue. So to avoid, so to speak, the issue, we're saying is that Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai either made it al t'nai to begin with, or he made it in a way that it was only for that time period. It was only l'dorei, so to speak, only for his time period. The truth is, if you look in the Teisus Yomtiv, the Teisus Yomtiv on that Mishnah Meiser Sheni, the Teisus Yomtiv there explains that that's Taka the Pshat in the Mishnah Meiser Sheni. He says, at least according to the Rambam, there's a machlekes between the Rambam and the Revah. The Rambam learns in Hilchas Mamrim that this idea that something that was instituted by a bezdin, a davar sheneser b'minyan, cannot be undone unless you have a bezdin that's greater b'chacham b'minyan, is true even if the reason doesn't apply anymore. That means even if the whole motivation for the takana is ois, batlasli basa, the cause of the takana is no more, we don't say batla takanta. So therefore, according to the Rambam, the only way you could undo this is if you have in place a certain condition, right? You have some sort of thing in place, like the Tanai business or Ladori thing. The Revah learns differently. The Revah learns that once the reason of the takana is gone, so then the whole takana is gone. And that's the truth is that's a big discussion. There's a Tshuvas Harosh about it. There's a long tshuva from the Teras Chesed, from Rav Shneur Zalman from Lublin, one of the great geniuses he lived in the same time with Rav Tzadok from Lublin. He was the Revah of Lublin, and Rav Tzadok was the Revah of Lublin. So he was known as a very super big genius. So he has a whole tshuva discussing this principle. When do we say batlasli basa batal takanta? When do we say the takana is gone because the reason is gone? A whole discussion. You have a Gemara in Avodah Zarah. We're not going to spend too much time on that. It's a whole sugya for itself. Either way, comes out that the motivation of why you need to have this type of law system put in place is because otherwise you have the problem of davar sheneser b'minyan. So now, what are you going to say? What comes out according to this? That it's very obvious that only the takanas Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is going to be bottled when Mashiach comes, right? Because seemingly these takanas were either made l'chatchila al t'nai, they were made with this condition built into it, or, as we said, it was made l'darei, it was only made for this man agolos. But all the other takanas and gzeres, we don't find that they made it al t'nai. We don't see that they said only if it has this condition, right? It doesn't say that they only made it for a time period. Like the Prusbul. The Prusbul wasn't taka just made l'darei. So based on that, you would say that they would be in place.
Unless the basis of the future.
Oh.
It's because of the vision.
Oh.
It's in delivering your mouth.
Oh, so you could possibly say, he read it before I showed it to him. He could possibly say that we know when Mashiach comes, there's going to be the Sanhedrin. Not only the Sanhedrin, but we're going to have Moshe and the Gemara says we're going to have Moshe and Aaron themselves, right? Who's greater than them, right? The Gemara says Moshe was Masak and Takonis, right? Gemara and Shabbos. So who's greater than Moshe and Aaron? So before you're going to say that's very simple, that they'll come and they'll be Mavatal, these Takonis. The truth is, there is a daya brought by the Teisus Yomtiv and by the Chazli Dovid, based on the Yerushalmi, that learns that Mashiach, there's a question, what's going to happen first? Is Mashiach going to come, and then there's going to be Malchus Beis David, and then Binyan Habayis? Or first there's going to be Binyan Habayis, and then Malchus Beis David will be restored? So according to the Shita that learns that first there's going to be the Binyan Habayis, and then there'll be Malchus Beis David, so the Sanhedrin won't be in place yet. So you'll have a time period of Mashiach where you'll technically have no Sanhedrin yet that could undo it. So you do have that in-between period of time, technically, that, so to speak, doesn't allow for this space. But even if we do work with this argument that the Sanhedrin of the future, which will be as great, probably, obviously greater than, right, it says Mashiach, the Rambam says Mashiach is going to be Godel, as great as Moshe Rabbeinu, so for sure we'll have this power. which totally parenthetically, it's a very interesting Rav Kook about vegetarianism. He learns that when Mashiach comes, we won't be shmakriv Carbonos. So his way of getting around it, he says, well, the Sanhedrin will figure it out, so to speak, and they have the power. Whatever, we're not going to get into this here. If you were here on Shuas, we spoke about it a little bit. Okay. So anyway, so there's a problem, though, with this way of learning, and that is the Rambam tells us, the Rambam in Hilchas Mamrim, we mentioned before, the Rambam in Hilchas Mamrim, in Perek Beis Halacha Gimel, the Rambam says, sorry, second. The Rambam discusses these principles about things being bottled, and the Rambam says in Perek Beis Halacha Gimel, he says, "B'med v'mamurim." When do we say that you can have this nullification process through a bezin that's called the b'chach minyan? That's b'dvarim shloi asru oisan kedei lasa siyog. That's only things that they didn't institute as a siyog, whatever the siyog means, right? Asu siyog latar, the Mishnah in Pirkei Avos. Ela b'shar din latar, only regarding other din latar. Avol dvarim shiro bezin ligzer or las reisam lasa siyog, but those things that bezin saw it necessary to make a gzeira to asher because of the siyog in parshat isurin b'chol Yisrael, if it's been widely accepted throughout Jewry. No Besdin in the future, even as great or greater than the previous one, could undo it. So even if we want to say that the Sanhedrin will come and will have a power, seems like according to the Rambam, they'll be stuck somewhere. There'll be definitely Xeris, Takanis that won't be able to come baku. So Luria comes out, based on what we're saying till now, that l'chorah they wouldn't be bottled. You'll be left off with the problem that they can't become bottled. The takanas of Rabbi Yechon could be bottled. Why? Because they were initially made that way. But all the other takanas, or at least those that are based on a siyag, can't be bottled. Why? Because there's no loophole. What? There's nothing to be able to undo it. And the truth is, if you want to look at it, you could even maybe prove this idea from the Rambam himself elsewhere. The Rambam, back to Hilchos Lulav Perek Zayin Halacha Yudches. The Rambam first says, in the times, in Halacha Tezayin, the Rambam says, in the times of the Beis HaMikdash, they used to take the Lulav on the first day of Sukkot that fell out on Shabbos. And likewise, the other surrounding places that knew for sure that day was actually Rosh Hashanah. You remember that you were Mekadesh al Pi Re'iyah. So they didn't necessarily, not every place knew. That's why we keep to this Yom Tov. Not every place knew that there was when Rosh Hashanah was. So only those places that knew for sure that Bezin was Mekadesh that day is Rosh Hashanah were they allowed to blow shofar. Why? Because it's a suffix. You're not allowed to just blow a shofar on Shabbos. It's an Rabbanan maybe, and it's whatever. So he says those places they are allowed to. But Mkaimis Harachaikim in the further places that they didn't know of the kfiyas of Rish Chodesh, they weren't allowed to take a lulav misafik. I'm sorry, not the shofar, the lulav. You weren't allowed to take the lulav. Then the Rambam continues in Halacha Yudzayin, when the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, the Chachamim said, nowhere when Shabbos falls out on Rosh Sukkot, you're allowed to take the lulav. Nowhere. Even the places which are close, even in Eretz Yisrael. Why? To make an equality between all Yidden. This Rambam itself, we need to analyze the whole thing. The Lecha Mishnah, what? The Lecha Mishnah here asks a very strong question. He says, if that's the case, so then why weren't they Mesakin Shnei Yom Tovim Shel Goliath even in Eretz Yisrael? Should do the other way around, right? He says, whatever. I'm not going to get into that Lecha Mishnah now. So he says, since the Chiyuv on Yom, the first day B'chol Makom is the same Chiyuv, and we don't have the Beis HaMikdash to be Toila on, so therefore we say that it's also in all places. Very powerful Gzer. We don't have the Beis HaMikdash to be Toila on. If I would have the time, I would give a whole shir just on this Rambam itself, Machlekes Rash, Rambam and Tosfos. Very interesting. I am saying it could be, there's a whole shir on this. In Halacha Yudches, he says, Ubizman Hazeh, but then the Rambam says, even though nowadays we do know the Kviyas of Yarcha, today we don't Mekadesh al Pi Re'iyah. Today we're Mekadesh al Pi the calendar. He says, nevertheless, Nishar Hadavar Kamei Shehaya. It remains the same, that no one takes a lulav at all, not the Gvul, not Eretz Yisrael, even B'Yom Rishon, even though everybody knows Kviyas HaChodesh. Fine. Seemingly, he doesn't explain why. Why is it? Why Taka? Doesn't make sense. Yeah? And he says, Kfar Biarnu, we already explained to you that the ikar reason of why you now take a lulav on Shabbos is because of the Gzeira, Shemi Averenu Dalalam Shusarab, the Gzeira of Rabbah. What is he adding, Kfar Biarnu? What does he want to show over here? Right? What does he want to put in over here? So there's those that want to learn in the Rambam, and it makes sense, that the Rambam's saying something here more. The Rambam's saying like this. There's two reasons why maybe you can't take a lulav on Shabbos Sukkos. The first reason is because the problem of Steika D'Yema. You don't know if today is really Sukkos. So to take a lulav on Sukkos, whether it's muksa, whatever the reasons are, it's a shayla, it's a suffix. Sveika, mitzat sveika, they're not going to be materit, right? So only in those places I know for sure they're allowed to take the lulav. Those places that didn't know it's a sveika, they can't. Nowadays it's no more a suffix, right? So it should be mutter. That's if the whole problem is based on the suffix, which is mashma from the Gemara in Rosh Hashanah. If you look in the Gemara, the Gemara in Sukkah, the Gemara in Sukkah, that Mem Gimel discusses the sugya. That's what comes out, that it's mashma that has to do with whether or not you know the kviya the yarcha. There's a famous Ran that's a little problematic because of it. That's one reason. The other reason the Gemara gives is why Shemi Averena Dalaram, the Gzer Derabba. So which is the main reason? Which one is the main reason? There's a major nafkamina. If the main reason is because of not knowing the Kviya the Yarcha, now we do know the Kviyas. If the reason is Gzer Derabba, we'll get to that in a second, maybe it's different. Tesis Takabir in Sukkah says the Iker is Gzer Derabba. This Kviya the Yarcha is not the main thing. Other Rishonim disagree. Here, the Rambam clearly Paskins is learning like the Tesis, that the Iker reason is for the Gzer Derabba. So what does the Rambam want to tell you with this? So some want to suggest that the Rambam is trying to tell you is that since it's a Gzer of Rabbah, what's the Gzer of Rabbah? Shemi Yavarenu, that's a siyag. It's a protection that a person shouldn't come to be over carrying on Shabbos. A siyag, he can never be mevatel. As we just saw in the Rambam, Nefas Mamrim. The Harayva Faresh is from the Rambam that this thing can never be mevatel, and therefore even when Mashiach comes, you're not going to say that it comes batel. When Mashiach comes, we're going to know Kviyas of the Yarcha. Makes no difference because of the Gzer Derabba. Interesting, by the way, there's a very interesting Chassam Sofer. There's a Chassam Sofer in a few places. It's a Chassam. Oh yeah, the whole Gzer Derabba makes no sense. There's like 20 questions you have on the Gzer Derabba, which I have a Torah on it, which in Kamakoy, maybe if we have enough time later, Mazber my Torah. But the Gzer Derabba is very problematic. And what is it based on? It's based on the fact that people don't know how to shake the lulav, or people don't know how to blow the shofar. Truth is, just a very, very on a side, the Rebbe in Hiroshima. I don't know. It's a good question. It's not clear what it means. Not baki. It's mashma hakol tzrichen l'tkoyeshev and hakol b'kiyim. There is baki in it, which tzarich be your godel for that itself, because who says there's a chiyuv to blow the shofar? There's a chiyuv to hear the shofar, which is another machlekes rishonim. According to Rabbeinu Tam, the mitzvah, the bracha is l'tkoya shofar. So according to Rabbeinu Tam, the mitzvah is maybe partly of tkiya shofar as well. So there could be an afkaminah, so a raya, a fareshes from a gemara, of hakol and bakim, whatever. There's a lamdas here you can get into, but it's a very interesting rishim of the Rebbe and a letter that the Rebbe writes to Reb Zevin about the shitta of the Alter Rebbe, the Balatanya, based on the Rambam, that the main reason why we don't blow shofar on Rosh Hashanah that falls out on Shabbos is not just because of the Gzer Derabba. He says really the main reason the Alter Rebbe says is Uvdin D'Chol. The problem with Uvdin D'Chol, which we have to understand in itself, there's a Taz that asks the question, why don't you say like the Chazal or Masakin Klishir, Shemi Sakin Klishir, because then you're about to the Takana completely, they wouldn't want to do it. But according to the Alter Rebbe and the Rambam, the problem is really because of Uvdin D'Chol. But that's not enough. That's a weaker shvuz to undo a whole mitzvah. So added that, they add Rabbah. But Rabbah is also weak. Because Rabbah himself, even according to Rabbah, the Mishnah says if you went ahead and blew shofar, but after taking it on the street, you are Torah b'dvar mitzvah. Torah b'dvar mitzvah is potter. So it's a very shaky whole business here. But anyway, this is the Gzer Derabba. So it comes out according to the Chorah, the way you want to learn this Rambam, that the Gzer Derabba will be in place when Mashiach comes. The Chorah, a very strong right to say that. So interesting, just on a side, parenthetically a bit, is that there's a Chassam Sofer, very interesting Chassam Sofer. The Chassam Sofer in his Tshuvas, the end of Tshuva Kuf Mem Hey, and as well as in his Chidushim, he says, he's discussing over there about Yom Tov Sheni, a whole arichas over there about Yom Tov Sheni Shel Goliath, and he says over there that when Mashiach comes, for sure we're going to have 2 days Yom Tov. He says, why? He actually gives two reasons, but seemingly the main reason he gives is because since when Mashiach comes, we're going to revert back to being Mekadosh up to your Re'iyah, so you're going to have back to the same problem. You're going to have the stake of the Yema. You're not going to be able to know. Not certain places they're not going to know, so you're going to have 2 days Yom Tov because of the same reason, L'chatchila. Right? The Rebbe, if I bring in Tavshim and Tef, this is the Chassam Sofer. Oh, L'chora. So the Rebbe and the Sicha, and if I bring in Simchas Seder Tavshim and Tes, the Rebbe says, he says, at least the way it's printed, it's in the paragraphs, it's it's parenthetical. He says, we're for sure going to have 2 days Yom Tov. And he says, and even though the Lashon of the Rebbe is, or at least the way the Lashon is printed here, he says, since we're able to tell, Kivin Shiyachol idea al Kedusha Chodesh, take it from Yad B'Chol HaMakaymis. The Rebbe says, this is before WhatsApp, right? That instantly everybody will know throughout the whole world that it's Kedusha Chodesh happened today. So there's no kapiya steak at the Yema. By the way, from here you see that there's no WhatsApp. Fake news. But the Tzedukim won't be around to play around with it. Yeah, so here you have we're going to use technology, right? We're not going to go back to the Stone Age when Mashiach comes, and L'chora comes out according to the Rebbe that it's going to be no stake of the Yom. It's going to be klar, and still we're going to keep 2 days Yom Tov, right? L'chora, why? So the Rebbe gives a little bit of a beer there, and it's also based on the Chassam Sofer a little bit. But L'chora, part of the reason is because of the 2-day Yom Tov is already established as a minig, something that's been fully entrenched in Jewish thing. It's like the Geder of a Siyag. You can't just be Mavatal, the 2-day Yom Tov. Just like the Siyag, you can't be Mavatal. The minig, you can't be Mavatal. It's very powerful. The minig that was established, Al Das Rabbim, can never be Mavatal. You can't go to a bezin to be Mavatal. Just again, parenthetically, not to stir things up, but the Chassam Sofer says, L'gabi Cholov Stam, or whatever it is, he says is that why is he holding so strongly against it? He says, number one, it's a davar shenaseh b'minyan. And he says, even if you don't say it's a davar shenaseh b'minyan, he's of Europe, that Ashkenazim lived, they always were noig isser. So he says, this is a minig. Minig is matam neder. It's a neder al das rabbim. You can't be mavatal it. You can't undo it. It always has to be. Just from that itself, you can't be. Yeah. Different minhag can play different role. Minig is a different story.
Inside, outside.
You're saying, you're saying that already? Do we have halachas? The Rambam Kedusha Chodesh establishes that. The Rambam Kedusha Chodesh tells us the borders. Okay, that's a different discussion. We'll leave that discussion maybe for later. What? It's Shema. Well, the reason for Chalav Akum is highly questionable. The Gemara gives one reason. Right, that's one reason. But if you learn as a davar shenaseh b'minyan, it doesn't help you anymore, right? Because even if the reason doesn't apply, it's still us. That's the whole concept, that it's a davar shenaseh b'minyan. Once they were masakin it, for whatever reason there was, you see in that Gemara, the Gemara in Avodah Zarah there says that Chazal held back giving the reason for a takana up for 12 months. Why? Because they knew people are going to start saying, it's only because of this. Okay, this reason doesn't apply anymore. So it's a davar shenaseh b'minyan. Davar shenaseh b'minyan is never going to be bottled unless you have a bezin acher that can be materit. That's a Chassam Sofer's argument. The Pri Chodesh disagrees with the Chassam Sofer, but that's a Chassam Sofer's argument. Whatever. The way Rav Moshe gets around that Chassam Sofer is he says, there it's al kapanim, that's called Chalav Akum. This is not Chalav Akum, it's Chalav Stam. He changes it around. Okay. But I'll just say, I'm bringing out more of this Chassam Sofer to point out this concept of the davar that's a minig, it's a neder, that's why it can't become bottled. So it comes out, according to all this that we're saying, interestingly, we have from the Rambam and Hilchos Mamrim, and from the Rambam and Hilchos Lulav, L'chora would come out that these gzeres will still be applicable. They'll still be involved. However, L'chora, from a different Rambam, you can learn the other way around. There's another famous Rambam that I'm sure we're familiar with. The Rambam is at the end of the end of Zmanim, in Hilchos Megillah Perek Beis, the Rambam writes in Perek Beis, Halacha Yudches, Kol Sifrei Hanavim V'Chol Aksuvim Asidim Libatel L'Moshe Mashiach. All Nach, Nevim Aksuvim Libatel Mashiach comes, Chutz Megillas Esther, except for Megillas Esther, Harei kayemes, it will remain kechamisha chumshei Torah, ukehalachi shel Torah shebal peh she'einu b'teilim liyom, that never be bottled. And then he says, "V'afal pi shekol zechar zichrein hatzaros yipadim," they will forget all the tzaros. Imagine, we'll forget the Holocaust, the chayes, as I state. Nevertheless, you may have Purim lo yivat. Whatever. There's a very interesting Psalm Sefer on this end of the Rambam. We're not going to get into it. So what could you see from this Rambam? The Rambam says Nevi'im and Ksuvim are going to be bottled. Everything is going to be bottled except for Chamisha Chushei Torah and halachas of Torah Shel Baal Peh. That seems to suggest, perhaps, that Takonis and everything else will be bottled. Definitely. Hey, minute. I know you read it. Right? L'chora, I have to build up the shit. L'chora, the Takonis and Xeris are wouldn't be necessarily part of the halachas of Torah Shel Baal Peh, and therefore they would be bottled, just like everything else, just like Nevi'im, Ksuvim, and all the other Takonis Chazal. Bottle means we won't be enacting them, we won't be piled them, we won't be doing them. We're going to get to other pshat. Yeah. So now, l'chora, what's the next question you ask? This is not my own diak, by the way. An Achron, the Avnei Shayim, writes this way. He wants to send the Rambam this way. But the truth is, you have to ask the question: how do you look at the concept of Gzeris and Takonis of Chazal? Are they part of Torah Shel Baal Peh or not? How do you look at them? Are they Taka Nichlal in the same status of Torah Shel Baal Peh or not? So, if you look in the Rambam, back to Hilchos Mamrim, hope everybody's still following along. Hope I'm not being too confusing. You'll go back to Hilchos Mamrim, the Rambam writes in the Perek Aleph, the first Perek Halacha base. The Rambam establishes the power of Bezdin HaGodol. The Rambam goes through Bezdin HaGodol Yerushalayim, Heim Ikri Torah Shel Baal Peh. He goes through the whole thing, the Heim Amud Ha'ira, and then he says, Kol Mishena Oisa Behiras, and whoever doesn't follow their psak is over belav l'sasim kol hadavar she'yigidavol. And then you don't get malchus. And he says like this: Echad dvarim shalom d'oisam pi Yeshua. Whether it's something they learned from tradition, the Heim Torah Shel Baal Peh, the Rambam in his introduction to Mishnayos, he has a beautiful introduction. It's kedai to learn it about Torah Shel Baal Peh. And he goes through 5 different levels of Torah Shel Baal Peh. So he says, side the things that they learned out with pi Yeshua is Torah Shel Baal Peh. And also the things that they learned with pi Datan through their own way of deriving through the 13 principles Shater and Addresses Behem. And Echad Barim should also waste in Siyag L'Torah, those things that they made for a Siyag. Well, the Fi Masha Ashot Tzrichan, for those things that the time needs, Behem Gzeres, the Kans Behem Hagim, the Chalachad Bechem Mishlosh Dvarim Elu, Mitzvahs Aseh L'Shmei Lahem, you have to listen to them. The over, whatever you're over in Aloisa, it says Al Posuk Al Pi Ater Yerucha Elo Hagzeres Takanis etc. So seemingly, the Rambam here is talking about the Gedder of Torah Shel Baal Peh, and he's saying clearly that the Takanis and the Gzeres are Nichol in Torah Shel Baal Peh. That's the case, then this whole raya from the Rambam and Hilchos Megillah falls away. There's no raya anymore. However, seemingly this Rambam is not so simple for a number of reasons. Firstly, we have the Gemara in Yevamos. The Gemara in Yevamos, where it discusses seemingly the introduction or the source for this concept of siyagim. The fact that the Torah gives the power to Chazal to make zeres and siyagim. So we know the Mishnah in Pirkei Avos asu siyag l'Torah. There, as the Pashup Pshat is not al pi halacha. They're not saying al pi halacha because, as the Yavetz writes, the Yavetz was one of the earlier Achreim, not the Yavetz. The Yavetz writes in his Pirush on Pirkei Avos, he says, Pirkei Avos is here to teach you Hayra of living. So Asu Siyag L'Torah is not the source for this concept. He says everybody knows that in order to prevent, falling too far, you have to make boundaries. Either way. But where do we start to find in Chazal this power that the Torah gives to the Chazal? So we have the Gemara in Yevamos. The Gemara in Yevamos Chaf Aleph is discussing the concept of Shnius La'arayis. Min HaTorah, only immediate relations are usher as an erva. Chazal added a great-grandmother, a whole list of a whole bunch of more people that became problems called Shnius La'arayis, right? They're all the Rabban. So the Gemara wants to know, where is the source in the Torah that Chazal have this power? So the Gemara says that Rav Kahana says, he brings the pasuk that says, Mishmartim is Mishmarti, right? The famous Gemara. It says you should guard my Mishmeres. Asu Mishmeres Mishmarti. Make a guard, make a protection for my Mishmeres, for my Mishmarti. So this is what the Gemara, that's Rav Kahana's source. So Amar le Abai Rabbi Yosef, so Abai asks Rabbi Yosef, how deraisa he, so comes out, it's not a derabbanan, it's a mamash minatayra. Also the shras of shmarat is minatayra, you make siyah, not derabbanan. So he says, no, deraisa pirshu rabbanan. He says it's min hatayra, and the Chachamim just come to explain it. Says Abai back to him, kol hatayra nami pirshu rabbanan. That's Teresh about that. Teresh about that is a rabbanan coming to explain deraisa. So what's the difference? It's all the same. Ella midrabanan b'kma asmachta b'almi. Says really, it's a rabbanan and it's an asmachta. This pasuk is not really this. It's an asmachta. What an asmachta means is a big discussion. There's a famous Ritva. The Ritva learns that asmachta has a great power in that third. There's a prima gadon. The prima gadon says there's two types of asmachtas. One type of an asmachta, he says, is like a remez, is like on par with a Torah level. Right? That really, the Gemara sometimes says remez l'dava, right? And sometimes says asmachta. What's the difference? He says a remez asmachta is much more powerful. This is some sefer about it. We're not going to get into the whole lumbus about the discussion about this topic of an asmachta. But it seems from this Gemara that the Gemara wants to try to separate it somewhat from this normal status of the Torah Sheba'al Peh. At least Bashkafa Rishayin. The fact that Abaye was bothered by this, meaning it's min Torah. Okay, so it's a Rabbanan translating the Torah. That's Torah Sheba'al Peh. So Rabbi Yosef says, no, it's rather further away. It seems a bit, I'm not saying it's a big right, it seems a bit that it's not so strongly part of Torah Sheba'al Peh as, let's say, for example, one of the Pirushim or one of the Yud Gimel Midrash Torah in the Dreshes. That doesn't seem as the same taikif, the same, it's a halacha shel Torah Sheba'al Peh, perhaps. The truth is that you have a famous argument between the Rambam and the Ramban. The Ramban, in the Hasagas of the Ramban, in the beginning of Sefer HaMitzvahs of the Rambam, he has 14 principles of what's considered part of the 613 mitzvahs of the Torah. So in that first Shirish, he explains to you that everything that's mid the Rabbanan, you don't include. The Rambam wrote his Hasagas because he defended the Bahag. The Rambam wrote two Svarim in defense of two Rishonim, maybe Goinim, the Rif and the Bahag. The Rif, he defended against the Balamor, and the Bahag, and he wrote to defend the Bahag against the Rambam. So he has a very big problem with this Rambam. He says he doesn't understand. According to the Rambam, he says the Rambam is learning basically that everything is min Torah, almost. You can be over aloisa say and asay. So he says, how do you have this whole concept of sveikat Rabbanan L'kula? He asks like 4 or 5 major shilas on the Rambam that comes out according to the Rambam. It's mamash like a chelik of the Torah itself, right? Torah Sheba'al Peh is a part of Torah, right? What do you mean the Rabban? What does it mean the Rabban? The Rabban is mafarish, that's all. But that means it's a chelik mamash of the Torah. So the Ramban therefore disagrees. He builds up a different yesod. He says there's 3 levels over here, and there's many different answers for the Rambam. There's the famous Megillas Esther's answer. Megillas Esther is a sefer written on the Shroshim. He comes and explains that they made it al t'nai. The Ramban himself says that answer, and he says, yeah, that's what it means. They made al t'nai that they could take it away if they want to. That means they made a t'nai. The Chachamim made takonis with the t'nai saying azoi, saying like this, that what? If you do it, it's only the Rabbanan, nafkeminas, l'gabe sveika, and other types of nafkeminas. We're not going to get into this whole parsha. I'm just saying that b'chlal, the Ramban, Taka doesn't look like the Rambam regarding the gather of takonis, gzeres, etc. of Chazal. So now that's one Gemara, which again may not be such a mind-boggling raya, but it's somewhat of a discussion, I think. Then there's another Gemara L'chora, and the Gemara in Gittin. There's a Gemara in Gittin Daf Samach. The Gemara in Gittin there has a machlokes between Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Elazar, I think it is. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Elazar says, Reiv HaTorah b'chsav u'miyut al peh. He says the majority of the Torah is a Torah sheb'chsav, and there's only a little bit of Torah which is Torah sheb'al peh. Rabbi Yochanan says the other way around. He says Ruah Torah, most of the Torah is b'al peh, and only miyut is b'chsav. That's the machlokes. Interesting, nafkamina, whatever. I'm not going to get into the whole on this. So there's a sefer called Sheva, Nachum, quoted by the Prima Gadon. The Prima Gadon is phenomenal, and he has in his introduction to Shulchan Aruch, he has what's called the Psicha Kelelis, a phenomenal piece of work. It's kedai to learn it. So he has right in the beginning in this Psicha Kelelis, he brings on this Sheva. The Sheva says he doesn't understand what's the machlekes going on between the two of them over here. Of course, Torah Sheba'al Peh is more than Torah Sheba'al Peh. What's the? So he says that no. He brings Vedai from Rashi there in the Sugya that Rashi says the nafkeminas l'gabe the Yud Gimel Midrash Ater Nedrashes. How do you look at the Yud Gimel Midrash Ater Nedrashes? Do you say the Yud Gimel Midrash Ater Nedrashes is a chelik of Torah Sheb'chsav, or do you see it as a chelik of Torah Sheb'al Peh? That's the nafkemina. How do you look at the Yud Gimel Midrash Ater Nedrashes? Right. So, for example, we know the Gzer Shava. Gzer Shava is mentioned many times by the Rishonim. Skilu nichtav b'kra. Rashi says in a few places in Shas as if it's mamish said in the Torah. Certain ones of the 13 principles we mamish say it's mamish like the Torah, but others are not. Let's say a Kabbalah Chaymer, for example. Kal v'chomer is ain. You can't einish al kal v'chomer. Whatever. We're not going to get into all the 12. What you see interesting from this Gemara is that the Gemara seemingly doesn't bother with the whole list of takanas and gzeiros. That l'chor is a whole chelik of Teresh Shel Peh. That itself will make Teresh Shel Peh more. All the takanas, all the gzeiros, it doesn't even bother with. What about that? There's hundreds of them. As the Gemara in Tamura says about all the takanas they were masakin. The Gemara in Tamura, I think that Tezvav, right? Nothing. So, if it's mamish a chelik of Teresh Shel Peh on that same level, why doesn't this nichlal in this discussion? And the Be'er doesn't even mention it as a havamin l'chor. So again, it's not a powerful raya neged, but it's something to take consideration of. Furthermore, the raya of Mikra Megillah, the Rambam says that Mikra Megillah is going to remain when Mashiach comes, unlike, because it's a Hilchasa Shel Torah. There's many who learn, and l'chor the Rambam himself learns, is that Megillah is a whole different story. Why is Mikra Megillah going to be still around? Because it's a davar b'Kabbalah. The Gemara says that the Taka weren't sure if they could have the Megillah, right? The Gemara Megillah and the Babli and the Yeshami, exactly how were they able to institute the Megillah? It wasn't so pashut. And they established it from a pasuk. It's as if it's a davar b'Kabbalah that says it's a chelik of Torah mamish, almost like a level of Torah, minat Torah mamish. In fact, the halacha says that you can't have a cotton be made to you for Megillah. Right? Remember the sugya Masechtas Megillah. There's a Tosfos there. Right? The Rabban. We're not going to get into the whole arichas, but a cotton can't be yaitza. A cotton can't be yaitza you with the Mikra Megillah. Why not? Your chiv is the Rabban, his chiv is the Rabban. Also the Rabban, mapik the Rabban. Why not? So says the Pri Megadim, because it's not as a regular the Rabban. It has a higher power. It's considered like a deiraisa. He says that's why also the Gabi certain sveikas were more machber by Mikra Megillah. So if that's the case, if you taka learn this way, so the Rambam who's talking about Mikra Megillah is like a chasa shel Torah. That l'chura wouldn't be nichlal on the same level of gzeres and takanis, and we shouldn't fit into that same category. If that's the case, right? Efshar loymar, back to the raya from the Rambam in Megillah, maybe Taki could say that all the gzeres and takanis will be bottled, right? Because they're not nichlal in the same level as the lashon of the Rambam says. Because maybe they don't have that same, they're not nichal on the same level. Just to mention, on a side, there is a longer discussion about this, which we're not going to get into. There is a very beautiful, very powerful smicha of the Revah, where the Revah takes two sides on this. How to learn it? Well, we're trying to keep time, we have to finish, so we're going to try to move a little forward. But let's take the way it is. Okay, so what we're left with, just to recap quickly, we brought down the Takanos Rabbi Yecham and Zakkai. We said, we gave reasons why Takanos Rabbi Yecham and Zakkai will be different. Why, l'chor, you could say that they're not going to fall onto the problem of a davar shenes or b'minyan. And then we said that l'chor, maybe we have rayis clearly from the Rambam that when Mashiach comes, Gzeres and Takanos won't be bottled. But then we said maybe from the Rambam and Megillah, you say it will be bottled. Is Gzeres and Takanos part of Teresh about that? So we just went through a number of rayis, maybe weakening that way, that assumption. So how l'chora could we resolve our question that we're asking? Well, will be masakin takanos and gzeros when Mashiach comes? Will they be instituted or not? So from here on out is more my b'derech efshar. Till now was more, I think, mostly sources that are clear, Gemaras, Mufareshis, others this is a little bit more on my own. So the truth is, the Rambam in Hilchos Mamrim, the Kesef Mishnah has a very big problem with the Rambam in Hilchos Mamrim. We mentioned the Rambam in Hilchos Mamrim said that anything that was established mishum siyog can never be bottled, right? No bezin can ever be mevatalit. The lashon is ein bezin hagadol achar yachal akron latir nafilu hayagadol merishain. So we said that doesn't help us anymore. The Kesef Mishnah on the second halacha asks a very strong question. The Rambam says in the second halacha that if bezin was masakin and gzeira or made a takana or whatever, and pashon is spasha b'chol Yisrael, so then you can have a bezin achar latira. The famous Gemara we mentioned from Beya, from other places, this concept, right? The Kesef Mishnah, he says, I don't understand. Dim Taimar. He brings the Gemara in Gittin we brought before about a pruzbul. He says, Gabi Hiskin Hillel pruzbul Amar Shmuli Ashecheli Yatim Hillel Bavatele. I'll be mavatal. He says clearly, Shmuel says I would be mavatal the takana of the pruzbul. 1 second. Before this is a takana that was established by a bezin gadol that's very powerful. Havamin of the Kesef Mishnah, we have to understand what's the siyag there. So he gets into whether it's a siyag or not, but he says that we see that Shmuel felt that if he had the power greater than Hillel, he could be mavatal. And likewise, he brings a number of other gemaras. He brings a gemara in Avodah Zarah about Rabbi Yehuda Nisia being mevatel Shem and Akum, right? Initially they were masakin Shem and Akum, and that's a number of whole alichas in itself. There's a Tosfos in a few places in Shas. There's a long Tosfos there in Avodah Zarah. There's a Tosfos. Where else is it in Gittin? Also, there's a long discussion about it. Either way, the Kesef Mishnah is bothered by the Rambam. How does the Rambam make this blanket statement that anything that's established from Mashiach can never be bottled? The truth is, the Rambam himself is Sauer himself. The Rambam in Halacha Beis says, "Bezin shegazuk zeri skinu takana v'inhigu minik pashet b'chol davar b'chol davar b'chol Yisrael." If they were masakin something and it came established minig or whatever, all madafrein bezin acher, and then it comes another bezin, they could be mevatalit and they could be oiker oisa takana. And then Halacha says, and Halacha Gimel son, "B'med v'mamurim k'dei lasas yog." What's the difference between a regular gzera? The same words he says. Then they can't. What's the difference? What's the difference between a gzeira that they were masakin and a siyag? What's the two? What is the Ram Shalom Mechalak over here, right? And we see l'payol mamish. You do have a koyach to mevatel certain things. So l'chura, you could understand from the Rambam, and this is l'chura an Indian that we have to understand a little bit b'chlal. This concept of a siyag, what is it? So there's two, we could seemingly look at siyagim in two ways. Firstly, there's a concept of a siyag even on the Torah level. There's a famous, I think Tashbat, Pri Megadim brings it down, and there's a famous Rabbi Yosef Engel in Lekach Toiv, a long ches, goes through many examples of where even the Torah established siyagim. The famous ones is Chometz on Pesach. The Torah says that you're not allowed to chametz in your house. You're over by your rub by your matzah. It's such a wild thing. Regular issue, you're not over by your rub by your matzah if you have isser in your house. Comes chametz on Pesach, all of a sudden you're over by your rub by your matzah. Is that isser? Not only that, if you were over by your rub by your matzah, so because of that you can't eat it afterwards. At the Kanas Chazal afterwards. So the Ram there says it's a siyag. Since it's something, as the Gemara says, people don't separate from. You're so accustomed to doing it, so accustomed to eating. So comes Pesach, you think all of a sudden you're going to stop eating the chocolate cake. It's not going to, it's in front of you, right? So you're going to be over by your matzah because the Torah has to give you a siyag in order to prevent you from being over Isser Chametz. Another example is Kiruv Arois, coming close to an Erva, hugging an Erva, shaking a woman's hand. By the way, people don't realize, and again, this is all parenthetically, Erva means your sister, your mother, well, not your mother, your sister. People don't realize. People think Erva means the goyim. That's not what the Erva is. Gili Arois, like goyim is lavdavka, whatever. At least the man to the woman. Maflek Sishenim, Din Shulchan Aruch. Arois means whatever. According to the Rambam, Gili Arois, or what we call Isser Negia, touching, is an Isser Deiraisa. The Rambam disagrees. So look in Eben Ezra, you look in the Beishmul over there, Barichas, in the beginning of Siman Chop, I think, he discusses Barichas. Either way, the Torah says, they shouldn't come close. You shouldn't come close. So it's just to have a bia with her. That's the issue. Says no, because again, here's a siyag. And there's a number of other ayes. So if you think about these siyagim and b'chlal, we have a klal in the Gemara Psachim that says, Kol ma detikun d'Rabbanan came de'iraisa tikun. What's the mocker? What's the mocker for the fact that Chazal makes such siyagim? Listening to Rabbi Hershel Schachter Shiurim, so he says he always would quote from the Rav Soloveitchik. Soloveitchik will always say, every din d'Rabbanan has to be patterned on a deraisa, and he would try to find where somewhere in the Torah was found. Sometimes you come up with Kedusha, but here, l'chor, it's a very simple thing. Where do you find the pattern of the Torah that the Torah is establishing that there's a concept of siyag? It's these cases, right, of chametz and all that. So l'chor, let's think about this for a second. What type of siyag are we dealing with over here? We're dealing with a siyag which is so much, it's almost impossible for a person not to fall. In other words, if you follow basic rules of Revah and Chazaka, if a person comes too close to a woman, right? It's like someone, whatever, not maybe to mention this, whatever, but speaking to certain people, they'll tell me, I could go lay down with a woman in the bed and I won't touch her. Oh, really? Yeah, I could hold myself back. I mean, there's certain parts of human nature which are not something that we can control. Like the Ran says about chametz, how much self-restraint do you think you could have? Not only that, we find by Arais, the Gemara in Kedusha says over there towards the end about stories about Amei and Rabbi Akiva. the Gemara Menachos about the tzitzis. We find Chazal, how Taka, or the Chaim HaKadosh and Parshas Emor. We don't have to go on and on and on to explain these points that are self-evident, right? So this is a type of a siyag that it's more than just a siyag. It's actually establishing the mitzvah. It's giving credence to the mitzvah. It's allowing the mitzvah to exist. Otherwise, the mitzvah wouldn't exist. People will be over it the whole time. And the Chodesh Shtikl Raya for this is a Gemara Mefareshus in Shabbos. The Gemara in Shabbos Daf Yud Beis, they were Mesakin, you're not allowed to read Keneged Haner. You're not allowed to read Keneged Haner. Why not? Because in those days, they used to have these candles with, you may come to Tippet. So Rabbi Shmuel, no, I'm never going to come to Tippet. Right? Has a Shloimy Mendel says, I'll never have a problem with the woman. So he says, the Gemara says, he did. In fact, Tosis in a few places, in Gittin Davzayin, I think, Tosis their brains, the Gemara says about Ma behendim shel tzadikim, the Eibusher makes them never to come to Deit HaKala, so for sure, tzadikim themselves never come to Deit HaKala. So Tosis, what are you talking about? There's so many cases of where you see that they did do HaKala. So he's mechala between Eichel. Like Eichel Taka, they'll never come to eat something. Whatever, but you see clearly there's certain things, certain siyagim that are musts, because that is, otherwise you don't have a mitzvah. Otherwise the whole thing falls apart. Otherwise you push it, the whole mitzvahs of the lahav, the discussion whether you have a siyag for a mitzvah asay. People got them deals with that. But otherwise the whole mitzvah falls apart. That's a type of a siyag that is embedded in the Torah. That's like a chel. That's like what Gemara tells us in Chagiga, that the Torah tells us that you're not supposed to work on Chalamoid, and left it over to the Chachamim to establish what type of malachas are also to be done. Each person, each situation is different. So that type of siyag for sure is a chelik of Torah Shabbat. That type of siyag, l'chura, is a siyag that the Rambam is saying can never be bottled. Because it's a siyag, it's a takanas chazal. It doesn't say in Torah. But it's something like, for example, not eating milk and meat together. Minat Torah, you can eat milk and meat together. Right? You just can't eat it cooked together. You gotta eat it together. Chazal say don't. Why? Because you're going to come to eat it cooked together, right? It's natural. As the Kasef Mishnah there says, it's something that's b'derech memela. Almost b'derech memela. It's like a psikreisha, right? It's a psikreisha. You can't say any miskaven. It's going to happen anyway, right? However, then there's other types of siyagim which l'chorv go against the principles of Revah and Chazaka. In fact, al pi Revah and al pi Chazaka, there shouldn't be a reason to be concerned for them at all. The Torah establishes a kashrus of every yid is b'chesed kashrus, as the Rambam paskins in Hilchos Kedusha Chodesh Perek Beis. Every yid has a chesed kashrus. We assume Yidden are kosher, Yidden are going to keep Torah mitzvahs. Atu b'reshiyah skin, the Gemara says, most Yidden are going to be nizar. What do you have to be worried about? But there's a miyuta. There are those that don't. There's the Gemara in Gittin Daf Beis. The Gemara in Gittin Daf Beis discusses that the Mishnah was Mesakin. I'll be finished in a few minutes. I'm sorry, but we started late. The Mishnah in Gittin says that the Mesakin, that when you come, maybe get in Dinas Hayam, when you bring a get from Chutzlah, it's actually so. The Shliach has to say, I saw it written and signed. Direct the Gemara, why? So Machlekes Rabbi and Revah. Rabbi says, "L'fish ein bekim l'shma." They're not bakim l'shma. Machlekes Rashi and Tosis, what does it mean? They're not bakim l'shma. Rashi says, "Pashut k'pshutei." They didn't know the halacha. They pashut weren't bakim. They pashut didn't know the halacha. Tosis, Rabbi Tam says, no, they knew. They didn't think it was real. Whatever. We're not going to get into the Machlekes there. Very interesting discussion. So the Gemara then says, "You mean to tell me that min ha'Torah there's a problem over here because of the not bakim l'shma? How does one shliach help you?" You can't just have one, you need two eidim. Well, how does the shliach become so powerful? So the Gemara, no, really, really everybody's bucky. There's a one-off case for Rabbanan. There's a case that Rabbanan established because of Machlekes Rashi and Tosis also, if I remember correctly. What exactly is the case that the Chazal were masakin? It has to be somewhat of a miyut. It can't be mamish davar lo shchiach, because we have the famous Gemara in many places, davar lo shchiach legozer rabbanan. So it has to be something that's shchiach, but it's a miyuta. The whole basis of this is not like, for example, Gzeda de Rabba. Who's Gzeda de Rabba for? The few people that are not going to be baki, right? Who are we dealing with already? If you look into my modem of the Rabbi, they ask, one of the shilas is, you can mavatal a ganze. It's not just in the Chabad Rabbi, and there's also other svaras the same shilah. You mean to tell me that the ganze mitzvah hasei of shayfer, which is so huge, is going to be bought because there's a few people that are mayaratzim, right? The mai. What's the mai based on? The Gemara says, Rava says in Shabbos that reiv meiserin hein. The majority are meiserin. It's only because there's a few. So you see b'chlal that the get of the siyag here, the get of the gzeit hakana here, is not based on chazak and reiv. It's based on a more of a chash lemiyut, and that's the Chazal Institute. The Chazal realizes that the Torah works in a perfect system, right? Why is it that in a Torah you're not allowed to divorce you're allowed to divorce a woman about karcha, and comes a chacham saying you're not allowed to divorce a woman about karcha. Rabbeinu Gersh. Why? Because we're not Torah, they think of people as healthy, normal, healthy human beings, right? So the pashtus, the Torah is talking in a normal system where people are healthy. Rabbeinu Gersh saw people aren't healthy, right? Mishum Eva, Mishum Darkei Shalom. Why is all these takanas chazal coming along, changing dini Torah, right? Eladim Mechal Shabbos for a goy, maybe Mishum Eva. Discussion, the Pislei Tshuva over there in the Yaredei, it brings from some Sefer. What's an afkamina because of Eva? Eva, yeah, the Gemara in Eva, the Zohar talks about it. But what's the point? The point is that you're dealing with a situation of a world that has to conform, so to speak, with the struggles of man and to what extent things may happen. But that's not necessarily most people. It's for some people. So, you could say that those types of gzeres, those types of takanas, you could possibly say those are different takanas, and that even the Rambam will be made, like the Kesef Mishnah says, and the Chassam Sofer says it for the Rambam, will be able to be bottled. Those siyakim could be taka bottled. The Chassam Sofer doesn't say this whole thing. He just mentions this point. So my last nekuda. So based on all this, so now we went through a little bit of a journey. So now let's ask the question. What are we going to say when Mashiach comes? Are we going to say when Mashiach comes that since we're going to have the Sanhedrin, we're going to have taka, all of this, so we're able to be mevatel takanos and zeres based on what we just said from the Rambam, this whole way of thinking. If you disagree with me, I'd like to hear. And say that Abba. So what are we going to say? So going back to the Chazdei Dovid we mentioned on the Teisef and Rosh Hashanah there for a second, he wants to say that Efsher you can be mechalek between the 2 days, the Gemara and Shabbos. The Gemara and Brachos has a machlokes. What's going to be when Mashiach comes? Is it going to be this world, this changing over world, a whole different world, or is it going to be Elokim Hagi Noyig? It's going to be the same world. So he wants to say, actually, that's an afkaminit. If you say Elokim Hagi Noyig, so then there's going to be people that you need xeris for, right? That are going to not be on that level. It's a bissel schwer though, this Chazdei Dovid, because we'll stay. That's his gang. But it's a bissel schwer to say that, because first of all, the Rambam himself, at the end of Hilchos Melachim, the Rambam himself passes number 1, Olam Kimin Hagi No Heilich, that it's going to be that way. In the very last Rambam, the very last din, in Hilchos Rambam, what does he say? When he brings the pasuk Molad et Zeis Hashem, he says, Lefichach, what's the lashon? They're going to know everything. They're going to know the deepest secrets. You mean they're not going to know how to blow shayfa? You're not going to know how to shake a little.
That's Rambam spoke from the second children.
Yeah, I know. So, talking about the pashtus, I know. There's a lot to work with. I said in the beginning, this is not simple. I'm trying to. Fine. That's also supposed to whatever. Yeah, fine. Carbonos from this Rambam, but it's clear that they're going to know everything, right? Furthermore, you have a very interesting Chaim HaKohen. There's a Tzfas in Yuma. It's a few places, but there's a Tzfas in Yuma Daf Yud Gimel. Hilchos Lemshicha, right? The Gemara sometimes asks. The Gemara says, "Halacha kedus man damar." So the Gemara correct. Hilchos Lemshicha. Who cares? We're not right now dealing with these shilas. Those are shilas that are relevant when Mashiach comes. Hilchos Lemshicha. Why are you asking? Why are you telling me a halacha that's going to get when Mashiach comes? Right? We're not holding there now. We're not learning these halachas. You don't have to tell. I don't need an amoyed to come along and say the halachas like this man the Omar when it's relevant when Mashiach comes. That's a Gemara Shayla Hilchos Lemshicha. So Tosfos in Gittin as well as in Tzvachim, a few other places, asks. Sometimes you see the Gemara does ask Hilchos Lemshicha, and sometimes it doesn't ask Hilchos Lemshicha. Why not? Tosfos does this a lot of times. It tries to reconcile So the first half of Tosfos goes through a whole way of explaining each case is different. But then the end of Tosfos brings it up Chaim HaKohen. Right, the Talmud of Rabbeinu Tam. Again, parenthetically for a second, Rabbeinu Tam's Talmud of Chaim HaKohen is very interesting because Chaim HaKohen went there to Yisrael. There's a Tosfos in the Ksubas and there's a Tosfos in Nazir Daf Nun Dalet. And Tosfos Nazir Daf Nun Dalet brings up Chaim HaKohen told that Rabbeinu Tam had a very interesting opinion when it comes to Tumah. Right, a Kohen can't become Tami Lames. So the question is, what transmits Tumah? Do metal kalim transmit the Tumah ba'oil? So that Rabbeinu Tam held that metal kalim could be transferred to ba'oil. So machlokes rishonim. So Rabbi Yechon of Chaim Kohen, when he came to Eretz Yisrael, writes a letter. You see the letter that Tosfos quotes. He writes a letter to his Rebbe Rabbeinu Tam. Ezu beisi asher. He reads the lashon pasuk. Where could I live according to you? Because every place in Eretz Yisrael there's metal or whatever. There's no place I could live. Anyway, and then Tosfos and then the Ksubas he discuss Chaim Kohen my mitzvahs aliyas to Eretz Yisrael. Anyway, Chaim Kohen says It's a very pashut zach. When does the Gemara say hilchos l'mashicha? When it's something which has a relevance to a dvar iser. Brings a raya from the Gemara in Sanhedrin, which is talking about znus or whatever. Something that's nichlal and dvar iser. Correct? The Gemara hilchos l'mashicha. Why are you telling me a halacha that's relevant when Mashiach comes, especially when Mashiach comes, and it's a dvar iser? The Tesis Yishanim over there says. The Tesis on the side says, "Kulam tzadikim." That's what Rabbi Chaim is saying. They're all going to be tzaddikim. It's not possible for there to be this nafkamina halacha even when Mashiach comes, because they're all going to be tzaddikim. So this whole nafkamina hilchos l'mashiach is not going to apply. So klar, you see, the Rambam, Rabbi Chaim HaKohen, they don't make these chilukim. They learn the pashas. All Yidden are going to know everything. There is an interesting thing that the Baal Atani Negeres HaKodesh Perek Havav, there he does say that there is going to be an Eid of Rav. And he says the Eid of Rav is going to have to work with breaking the klippas, and there is going to be some, maybe according to that, there's going to be a necessity for there to be some. But l'chora, if you say that the Yidden and Naka are going to be on tzaddikim and all this level, so l'chora, you wouldn't need these stakanas, because again, the whole reason is for the miyuta. The miyuta won't be there. The pashtas. I just want to finish off with this last nekuda. And that is, l'chora, you could say that maybe a little bit on a deeper level. What does this mean that all the Yidden are going to be baki in this whole concept? So we find the Gemara already establishing this principle. The Gemara tells us in Shabbos, a few places elsewhere, the Gemara says that they weren't misaking Zaydis for the Kehanim in the Beis HaMikdash. Why? Because Kehanim's reasoning. Not only that, the Gemara Mesachim tells us that B'Shas they were busy with the Carbon Pesach, B'nei Chabura's reasoning. What does it mean because of Kehanim's reasoning? Therefore, they weren't misaking Zaydis, these Zaydis and Siyagim. Why not? So the Chodi could look at it in two ways, and this is partially taken from a Sikha of the Revah and the Chelek Lamed Zayin, where he looks at it in two ways. He says either you could look at it that the reason why they weren't the Revah says a little differently. I'm changing it a little bit, taking it a little bit in a different way. But either you could say the concept of Zivachad's Machlekes Rashi and Rambam. What's the Pshat's reason? One way you could look at the reason is that Pashut there in Kedusha Samokim. Where are they? They're in the Beis HaMikdash. The Gemara says in Sauer, right? Where you have the woman coming and all that. You think they're going to come do an Aveda, right? When you have a Kedusha Samokim, you don't assume that people are going to do something wrong. So it's not that they themselves inherently can't do anything wrong, can't fall. They can also be part of the miyuta. It's just the fact is that in such a holy place, the Kedusha Samokim, the Kedusha of the place is going to take away their possibility for being that way. That's one way you can learn. And l'chura, based on that, it makes sense to then say B'nei Chabura's reason, because B'nei Chabura are not Kehanim. But B'nai Chabur are regular Yisraelim, but since they're involved in Kachim, they're involved in so that makes it that they could also they're not going to come to sin, they're not going to Leisishbro Etzem and all that. Then you have another way of learning, which is the way Rashi learns in Shabbos, at the end of Shabbos, and a little native in. Rashi says, they know, they're baki in everything they know. They walk into he says a native in a Lashon over there, they come into the Azara, they know everything, they know it. What does that mean? They know everything? That the etzem, this is who they are. They're not shaykh. Their baki means that they know it. That means it's not possible. They're ingrained in their etzem of who they are, that they can't do anything wrong. That they're never going to come to make a mistake. Then there's no miyutza. There's no impossibility for that to happen. So that could be taked and afkamina here. And when Mashiach comes, the question is, what's going to be the main reason why we're going to be kulona chachamim, and we're talking to be tzaddikim? Is it going to be the pshat? Because as it says, the Medrash, it says when Mashiach comes, all the Yom Tov are going to be bottled except for Purim. What does it mean all the Yom Tov are going to be bottled? So the Rishonim Achreim already speak about it. It's put down in the Sifs of the Revah. That the word over there means is that the Kedusha of Mashiach is going to be so intense that the simcha of Yom Tov is not going to be the same anymore, except for Purim, as we saw this in the Rambam. So you could say that the same meaning is going to be by the Yidden being on such a level of tzaddikim, we're going to be propelled to a higher level of being tzaddik, but really there's still going to be some nisha shira, there's still going to be a possibility of there being some sort of, right? So for that there needs to be these gzeidas and siyagim. Or that we could say no, fakert. The whole avodah now, as it brought to special Chassidus, is to refine us, to make us elevate to such a level that our etzem is going to be taka azoi, that we're an etzem of the Eibishter, that's taka not shaykh for us to do any avedis. We're not going to be nichal in that, so we don't have to make any gzeidas and Carbonos. It's going to be bottled. Because of the fact there's not going to be any miyuta for that. Ikir l'chaim means that we should talk about Zirkind, that we should have this. Yeah, that's right. Amen.
Really good. Okay, everyone. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. This was very special. And I want to thank my son-in-law, Rabbi Zirkind. And Baruch Hashem, we've been here in 3 shiurim today, and now we're on for the 4th. We're running a little bit later. This session in this room is Days of Moshiach, because that's the Baal Shem Tov. This is the Baal Shem Tov Center. And the Baal Shem Tov says, "B'markom shemachshavtoi shel adam sham hu nimtza," a very important Hasidic concept. But a Hasidic concept doesn't only apply to Hasidim, it applies to everybody, because it's an etzemdige concept. So the Baal Shem Tov says, where a person's thoughts are, that's where they are. So when you're thinking and you're learning about Mashiach, you are actually in Mashiach's territory in the space. So therefore, if we make a little bit of a safa, and extend Mashiach past 1 o'clock, the only reason I really made the class only till 1 o'clock, not all day, because my son-in-law said that everybody should learn the psicha for Prima Gadim. And that I figured will take a few hours for Shulchan Aruch, so I figured to leave a little time for that. But other than that, we're ready, and please to help yourself to a drink or something and some pastries or whatever it is. And we're ready for our final shir for today. And the plan was that Mashiach should come in the middle of the session. So I guess it's going to have to happen during your shir. Baruch Hashem, we have with us Shloimy Luria, a Maggid Shir in town, teaches Tafayomi, and it's Baruch Hashem. Great to have him here. And the subject is going to be, rather, you have to keep a notebook with written down if regarding Carbonos, if we chas v'shalom violated or anything, and if we're going to have to, those Carbonos, we're going to have to wait and make them up after Mashiach comes, come with a pay the bill of what was there from the past. So without further ado, Rabbi. Water. Oh, you didn't even use your cup, so. You have a handout, right? Okay, let's say that. Everyone, don't forget to make comments on that. Good. The audience online. Okay, yeah.
Shalom Uvrochen. I just want to be magdim first of all. Shkoyach to Rabbi Wolf for giving me the honor and the schus to come and join this beautiful crowd. I want to be magdim a vote, an incredible vote of the Tiferet Shloimy, the Radomsky Rebbe, which I feel is very appropriate for this chabur over here,
where we're oisik in Yemei Ben Amtzorim in the 9 days, and we're oisik in the Yonei Geula Asido B'Meiro V'Yomeinu. So Tiferet Shloimy says in Parshas Vayechi, he says Yaakov Avinu before he was nifter, Bikish Yaakov Megalis es Akates. He said the Osfu V'Agida Lochem Eisa Sheyikra Eschem Ba'achar Yisayomim, and Chazal say V'Nistalkom Mimenu Shchina. And the children started saying he thought perhaps there's a pegam in one of his children, one of them aren't perfect. And they started saying, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, just like there's one Hashem, Ein B'libeinu Elo Echad, we're all united, we all believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Shloimy gives such a beautiful Chassidish pshat in this whole story. He says, why was the Shechina nostalgic, and what did the children answer? He says, Yaakov Avinu wanted to say when is going to be the Ketz HaGeula. And he started looking, in his vision, he was able to see down the track of Golus to see when the Zman HaKetz will be. And when Yaakov focused on the Zman HaGeula, he saw the terrible Golus and the terrible darkness and the terrible Yisurim that Yidden will go through in the Zman HaGolus. And he became the Tzfas, he became sad. And we know, Ein HaShechina Shoiro Elo Mitoich Simcha. So Nistalkom Mimenu Shechina. Yaakov sees the Ketz, he looks in the end of the times, and Nistalkom Mimenu Shechina. So the children told him, answered back, they said, our dear father Yaakov Avinu, why are you focusing on Golus? Focus on what's going to be after the Golus. Focus on Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, on Umola Oretz Deus Hashem, when the whole world will see there's Hashem Echad, there's Shema Echad. Focus on that, you'll be able to get your Kedusha back, to get the Shechina, the Shechina back again, which is so beautiful. I feel it's so appropriate for our Chabura here, where it's in the time of Golus, and instead of focusing on Golus, we're focusing on La'asid Lavai, we're focusing on the Simcha that's going to be La'asid Lavai, which obviously brings us back to Hashanah Shechina, and this will be the greatest cause to get us there, the Korov Mamish. So there's 3 nekudas I want to discuss in the Indian of Carbonos, 3 separate nekudas. And number 1 nekuda is Yochid, like Rabbi Wolf mentioned before, a Yochid did aver. Chas v'sholom, a person was Mechal Shabbos b'shoigig. Does he have to bring a korban when Mashiach comes? Okay, there's different snodim lekan or lekan. Perhaps, why not? If he did aver, he's mechuyev v'chatos. He can't do it now. He'll do it later. Mitzat sheni, perhaps he's oisik b'toiras chatos. We know the Gemara says, "Kol oisik b'toiras chatos." You learn the parashas as if you did it. So if he's oisik b'toiras chatos, it's ki'ilu he did it. Perhaps he won't have to do it again. Rayas lekan or lekan will open up that sugi a little bit. Second question is benegea to Carbonos tzibur, which means there's a korban tzibur that the oilam has to bring in the Beis Hamikdash, Klal Yisrael, the communal offering, Rosh Chodesh, Shabbos, Musaf, Yomim Tovim. So will these korbanos have to be made up? Lechoire, the Sauer says that no, because korbanos tzibur by definition are all korbanos tzibur usually they're dependent on time. Korban Musaf has to do with Shabbos, Korban Rosh Chodesh has to do with Rosh Chodesh. And the we know the klal is over zmanoi, botil korbanoi. Once the time passed, it's over. So this is another topic for discussion. And the third discussion, if we'll have time to get to it, is bechlal if there'll be korbanos la'asid lava. Will there be korbanos? Will there not be korbanos? Will there be korban chatos? Rabbi Zirkind mentioned before, there'll be no chatoim. Everybody will be mola oretz de'as Hashem. Everybody will be oiv de'as Hashem. There won't be an opportunity bechlal for people to bring korbanos chatos. So again, the 3 nekudas, will the yochid who did the chait have to make up the korban? Nekuda number 2, will the tzibur have to make up the korbanos tzibur that the time passed already? And nekuda number 3, will the bechlal be korbanos la'asid lava? And if yes, which korbanos would apply and which not? So number 1, let's start with the shtikel siddur. Number uplearn on shtikel siddur. I need the siddur for myself. Now what do you? So we'll open up to Musaf of Rosh Chodesh. We just said this past Friday.
Regular?
Musaf of Rosh Chodesh. And Tehillas Hashem, it's 315. This one over here. So in the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh, you'll see the Nusach is Azoi. Rosh Chodesh L'Amcha Nasata. Yeah, it talks about Rosh Chodesh. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us a Rosh Chodesh. And Then in the middle it says, Mizbeach Chodosh B'Tzion Tochin. We ask Hashem to rebuild the Mizbeach. Ve'oilas Rosh Chodesh Na Le'olav. What's the Oilas Rosh Chodesh? The Korban Musaf. What was the Korban Musaf? What type of Korban was? Musaf means an addition. Addition on the Korban Tomid. What type of Korban was it? Chatos, Oila. Korban Musaf is a Oila. The Tomid itself was also an Oila. Korban Tmidim was Shnaim Layom Oila Somid. And on Rosh Chodesh, the Torah says to expand the Oila. On top of the Oilas Tomid, you bring a Musaf also, which is an Oila. So Oilas Rosh Chodesh means the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh. Yeah, obviously, Na La'olav. U'se'irei izim na'aseh v'rotzei. What's this se'irei-ism talking about? Oh, the pashtus you could learn, there goes on the chatos. Because together with every korban musaf was made out of 5, 10, 12 carbonos, depending on the Yom Tov. Korban musaf was always oilos. But together with every korban musaf that was oilos came one soil, lechatos. We say in the psukim of musaf, we say, "When chosim and eskem kimadubo, v'chulu, the soil lechaper." Soil lechaper is one korban chatos that joined the korban musaf. Lechoyr, we could say, oilas rosh chodesh is the musaf, u'se'ireizim is the chatos. The Maisa, this is a little bit of a shver pshat, because it says u'se'ireizim nas v'rotzain usually is lechapil, soil lechapil, nicht lerotzain. Lerotzain is oilo comes lerotzain, shlomim comes lerotzain. So the pashtas you could say, that's how the Bnei Yissaschar understood, other Mefarshim, Se'ireism is not talking about soil lechatos, it's talking about the regular Se'irim. Which is, this brings us now to the first kasha. Very interesting. We're asking Hashem to rebuild the Mizbeach. We should be able to bring the korban of Rosh Chodesh. Why are we mentioning only the oil of Rosh Chodesh and not the soil lechatos? We should have said, the soil lechatos. We don't mention soil lechatos. One question. Afterwards, when we continue in the Hemshech HaShtikl, it says, is mashmed the entire korban musaf of Rosh Chodesh, oila and the chatos. What's pshat? Why before did we mention only the oila, and here we mentioned the entire korban musaf? Second kasha, in the middle of the shtikl we say, "Ves musaf yoim Rosh Chodesh hazeh nase v'nakriv lefonech." So the sefer apardas l'Rashi. We just did Rashi's yahrzeit last week, and sefer apardas l'Rashi writes that you need to delete the word hazeh. What does hazeh mean? Hazeh means today. Today is over already. It's already 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with davening musaf, it's over. Even if Mashiach comes today, till the Beis HaMikdash comes down, till you get the Carbonos together, till you even give machzas hashekel, it's a procedure. Till you get the kahana and all that. So what's pshat musaf yom Rosh Chodesh hazeh na'aseh v'nakriv lefonech? Musaf yom Rosh Chodesh habo, the next Rosh Chodesh. What's the hazeh? These are two kashas. The Bnei Yissaschar in the Mamorim on Rosh Chodesh asks these two kashas, two good kashas. And he brings a beautiful teretz, which leads us into a Pesach to this whole Indian. He brings a chidush of the Rambam Panor, Menachem Azaria. Rambam Panor was one of the big Mekubalim 200-300 years ago. Rambam Panor is Mechadish, that La'osid Love when Mashiach comes, on Rosh Chodesh Teves, you'll be mashlim, you'll have to make up all the Carbonos Musaf of Rosh Chodesh Teves. Rosh Chodesh Shvat, you'll make up all the Carbonos Musafim of Rosh Chodesh Shvat. Shabbos, you'll make up, I don't know exactly, Shabbos Pashas Matois, you'll make up all the Carbonos of Pashas Matois. Shabbos Pashas Dvorim, you'll have to make up all the Carbonos.
First year.
Only the first year. Since the Chulban, the Pashtas. Thousands and thousands of Carbonos. He's talking about Carbonos Tzibur. Carbonos Tzibur, that the time passed by already. It's not Rosh Chodesh, it passed by already. It doesn't say. But they didn't. But that's what the Rambam Mipan is mechadish. It's a shtickle schwer to understand, because if it's a time-bound carbon, how are you going to make it up later? The pshat is, I think, how does the Olam understand this? How will it work? How could you bring retroactive carbonos?
Yeah. When we had Rabbi Sauer, he goes from the Rambam And the Yohan of this market, Machlal, everyday Carbonos.
Maklim every day.
It's market now Carbonos to welcome and
It's on a spiritual level. Yeah, but how could you make it up? Huh? So how could you make it up? I'm saying, if anything, you should say, according to Rambam Mipani, you don't need to make it up. Rambam Mipani says you need to make it up, and you could make it up. L'choyer the Avon is, I think, the pshat is that Avadi, you can't just come in the middle of the month and come running, will come eat, comes late. Some people always come late. He comes running to the base of the Mikdash. Oy, Givald, I'm late. I forgot the Carbonos Chodesh. Maybe now, Dalit, hey, Vov, I can still bring it. Offers money, bottle Carbonos. But because you're bringing the Korban of Rosh Chodesh Teves, so on Rosh Chodesh Teves, it's shaykh to the Yom Rosh Chodesh, so you're able to make up the previous Rosh Chodesh Teves. Agil Gul Shvuah, exactly. That's the idea. Like Tfilas Tashlumin. When you're davening one tefillah, you can make up. You can't make up Tashlumin Stamasa. If someone missed Shachmas, you can't make it up. But if you daven Mincha together with the Mincha, it's as man tefillah Mincha. You chaparayim. Could be that's the Avon. As a part of Azoy Zad B'Ramam Mipan. Comes the Bnei Yisrael. Bnei Yisrael says Kafte V'Ferach. It says according to this Rambam Mipana, first of all, the second question, das Musav Yom Rosh Chodesh Hazeh, Poshet. Musav Yom Rosh Chodesh Hazeh, Nasiv and Akiv Lefonan. Couldn't be more simple than that. Hazeh. Today's Korban will be made up eventually. Poshet. Same thing with Shabbos, the same thing with Yom Tov. What about the Adikashim? Zok the Bnei Yisrael, beautiful pshat. Dr. Azrei, we know the reason we bring a soil lechatos on Rosh Chodesh. What's it mechaper for? Soil lechaper. Mechaper on what? What's the soil Rosh Chodesh mechaper on? So the Gemara says in Masechta Shavuos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, "Haviu alai kapore shemo'ateti es hayoreach." HaKadosh Baruch Hu minimized the moon. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, "You need to bring a kapore for me for minimizing the moon," whatever that means. Obviously, there's very deep meaning in this Gemara. When it's going to be so you won't need that soil lechatos anymore. So there won't be a soil lechatos on Rosh Chodesh, but there will be a different soil lechatos on Rosh Chodesh. What? The one that you need to make up for the Yemei Agoros. The soil lechatos, Mashiach comes today. So Rosh Chodesh, where are we holding now? Rosh Chodesh Av. So Rosh Chodesh El Tovshi and Pei Beis won't need the chatos, the soil chatos anymore, because it's oiral koirachama. But you will need to bring Yisrael chatos to make up Rosh Chodesh El of Tovshi and Pei Aleph. Sagt der Ober says gewaltig the loschen in the Siddur. It's mamish mosik midvash. First of all, we say Mizbeach Chodesh B'Tzion Toch. Be'oilas Rosh Chodesh Na le'olav without the soil chatos. And what will the soil be? You see, it will be afterwards we say, now we do need to bring the soil. What we need to bring today will make up when Mashiach comes, and that will be a full makeup. It'll be an oil with the soil, because that's not going to be for the Rosh Chodesh after Mashiach comes. It's going to be a makeup for the Rosh Chodesh before Mashiach came. Stimmt what I'm saying?
In the first year.
In the first year, only the first year will there be soil lechatos, and not for the current, for the Rosh Chodesh before the Geul. So on the one hand, when we ask La'asiv Love, we say there'll be only oil, there won't be any soil lechatos. But the makeup of the soil lechatos for the previous years will still be.
Those se'irim that are going to be brought, she mentions at the beginning, those se'irim.
That's soil lechatos. Stam means. Either he means Stam soil lerotzen, or he means that the soil lechatos alein will be lerotzen neuchet, will be for a different reason. Sure. This is just the psiche that Bnei Yisrael as well. Now the emes, it's nicht mamish the Indian that we're talking about, but just it goes so beautiful with the nekuda we said. It's such an incredible word, which is an eye-opening word. It gives so much clarity, and it shows you can learn many lessons from this word. But we know there's a parsha in Parsha Shmini, where in Parsha Shmini the terrible tragedy of Nadav Avihu happened. It's a very exciting day. The first day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu built up the Mishkan, Rosh Chodesh Nisan, and tragedy struck. Nadav Avihu were nifted that day. And in that day, there was 3 seirim. What were the 3 seirim that were brought? There was soil Chodesh, there was soil Nachshon, the first one of the Nesiim. Nachshon was the soil Nasi, the Nesiim brought, and there was a third soil of what? The third of the soil of Chodesh, soil Nachshon, and the soil of the Chanukas HaMizbeach. Yeah, there was three. There was, am I saying right? No, but one was the Nasi, one was the soil for inaugurating the Beis Hamikdash, and one was the soil of Rosh Chodesh. Lemaise, they became Oinanim. The only Kohanim then were Aaron. Who else was a Kohen then? Aaron and Lazar and Isamar. And all of them were Oinanim, and the Oinan cannot eat kosher. So Aaron the Kohen went and he burned the soil of Rosh Chodesh. He burnt it. He can't eat it. He's an Oinan Yannik. So Moshe Rabbeinu got upset. Vayiktzov Moshe, the Pasuk says Moshe came and told Aaron HaKohen, Madua lo yachaltem es achatos b'mkoim HaKodesh. Why didn't he eat the korban chatos? Why was Moshe Rabbeinu upset? Because HaKadosh Baruch Hu had given a special command that this soil was unique. This soil of Chanukas HaMizbeach, the Oinan was able to eat. So why didn't you eat it? Aaron HaKohen answered him, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told it to you only in regards to Kodshe Shor, which means soil Nachshon or the soil of the Chanukas HaMizbeach was a one-time thing. On that you had a special heter, the Oinan could eat it. But the soil Chodesh was a Kodshe Doirois. Soil Chodesh was for always. This Oinan cannot eat. HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't refer to Kodshe Doirois. Aaron HaKohen told him that. Okay. Vayishma Moshe vayitam beinu. So who was right between the two? Aaron HaKohen. Moshe made a mistake. Zok the Kedusha Arim, incredible word. Zok the Kedusha Arim, you know the word? Kedusha Arim, unbelievable word. Zok if Aaron HaKohen would have done the whole avodah ketikunai, and he would have eaten the soil of Chodesh too, everything, then it would have been the Tikkun HaGomer. And the Tikkun HaGomer would have been in the times of Mashiach, everything would have been fixed up. Pardon? Would have been finished. If it would have been finished, the soil of Chodesh would have been Kodshe Shah also. Because like we just said from the Bnei Yisrael, La'asid Love, you won't need the soil of Chodesh anymore. Soil of Chodesh is only to fix up the Miut HaYarech. And if it would be Kodshe Shah, Yutaki could eat everything. Because Kodshe Shah, Hashem gave a special command that you're able to eat. Because, pardon? It was a one-time thing. Because Aaron HaKohen didn't eat it, so it wasn't the Tikkun HaGomer, and Memele the soil of Chodesh stayed Kodshe Doirois, and Memele Yutaki couldn't eat it. But it was only because he didn't listen to Moshe. If he would have listened to Moshe, everything would have turned into more the Gevot. You see how that fits? It's a Munas Tzadikim, it's a lot of lessons from this word. But upon him, this goes very nice with the Bnei Yisrael, that the soil of Chodesh is be'etzem Kodshe Doirois, because when Mashiach comes, you don't need the soil of Chodesh anymore. Fine. Now, let's ask a Poshtikash. We just said from the Rambam Mipano that you'll need to make up the Carbonos. Yes, so if you didn't bring a Korban Rosh Chodesh, Av, Tov, Shi, and Pei base, you'll have to make up the Korban, La'asid Lo. The Bnei Yisrael brings a very, very strong riot to this. In the Gemara Masechta Shabbos, that Mendel mentioned before, that Rabbi Shmuel said, Ani ekro veloi ate, and Rabbi Shmuel read La'oi Raneh, and he moved the candle, and Rabbi Shmuel wrote in his pinkas, in his little notebook, Ksheibome Beis Hamikdash, Ovi Chatos Shmeino. Let's see if we look in this shtickle the Gemara over here, the paper in front of us. If you look in the second piece from the top, yeah, quote of the Gemara: "Liikro La'oi Raneh Shemo Yate." Omar Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha, Ani ekro velo yate. Parachas koro ubikesh la'atos. Omar kamo gedolim divrei chachomim sheyoimim liikro La'oi Raneh. I should have listened to divrei chachomim. Rabbi Nosson Oimer, Koro vehito. Not just bikesh, but vehito. V'kosav al pinkosa ani Yishmoel ben Elisha korisi v'iteisi neil b'Shabbos lekesheyibone beis hamikdash ovi chatos shmeino. So the Bnei Yisrael brings from this Gemara a very, very stark raya that if someone's mechuyev the korban b'zman hazeh, he'll have to make it up. La'asid lo. Perhaps it's not mamish the same case like the Rambam Mipano. Why? Rambam Mipano was talking about korban tzibur. He's talking about korban yochid, but the same idea. If there's a chiyuv to bring a korban, you'll need to make up this korban. So here comes the big question. We know there's a Gemara in Sof Masechtas Menachos And let's learn the shtick of the Gemara inside together. It's the third piece from the top. Omar Reish Lakish, the last Amud in Masechtas Menachos. Omar Reish Lakish, Ma'adik Siv Zois HaTorah La'oila, LaMincha, V'Lachatos, V'La'osham. Yeah, Zois HaTorah La'oila, LaMincha, V'Lachatos, V'La'osham. What's the Torah teaching us? Kol Ha'oisik BaTorah, Ki'ilu Hikriv Oila, Mincha, Chatos, V'Osham. Zois HaTorah, if someone learns the Parsha, it's as if he was Makriv Oila, Mincha, Chatos, V'Osham. I just want to add on a side note, I wasn't planning to say this, but just too sweet not to say this over, that Reb Chaim Kreisvit was the Antwerpian Rav in Belgium. It's a Gana Goyen and a tremendous Goyen, and he was a Bocher. And he had a shayla, a very good kasha. The Gemara says that if someone wanted to bring the Sochem, Bisman Hazeh, the Sochem is the wine they used to pour on the Mizbeach with the carbon. So the Gemara says, how should you bring the Sochem, Bisman Hazeh? If you bring wine to the Talmud Chochem, and you pour wine for the Talmud Chochem, it's as if compared to bringing the Sochem. So Chaim Kreisvit had a kasha when he was a Bocher in Poland. He was bothered, why do you have to bring to a Talmud Chochem? You have a simple solution. You could read the Parsha of Nesachim. Like you read the Parsha of Oila, like you read the Parsha of Mincha, you could read the Parsha of Nesachim. Good kasha, no? Starke kasha. Koloisik. So he was 1 year Shavuos in Ger by the Imre Emes. In Ger in Poland. And after Yom Tov, everybody filed by the Rebbe. So everybody was like a split second. Went super fast. Came in a Ger. And when he passed by, so he asks the Imre Emes, why can't you do Kolo Oisik? So the Imre Emes in a split second shot back, weil sie steigt nicht. Steigt nicht. It doesn't say. Nobody got what's the answer. He goes, he wrecked his brain. What did the Rebbe mean? Sie steigt nicht. Till he looked inside the Chumash. How do we know that Kolo Oisik B'Torah Ki'ilu Hikriv? Because the Pasuk says, Zois HaTorah Lo Oilo, Lo Mincha, V'La Chatos, V'La Osham, it doesn't say in the Pasuk. So in this Pasuk where it says Kol Oisik, it doesn't say in the Sochem. In the Sochem it doesn't apply. Kohenis, was? Steigt nicht. Akapunim, this is this Gemara. How what? Each one that is specified, and the Sochem steigt nicht. Very geschmack. Ageret Shira, Polish Shira. Omar Ravi. Says the Gemara, this is Reish Lakish. Now let's remember the names. It's important for the Hemshech. Omar Ravi. It shouldn't have said la oilo. It should have said Zois HaTorah is equivalent to oilo mincha v'chatos. Why does it say la oilo? Ela Rav says Rav no. Kol ha'oisik b'Torah einay tzorich loy oilo v'loy chatos v'loy mincha v'lo ash. Rav says it much stronger. Someone who's oisik b'Torah is nish keilu hikriv oilo. If you're oisik b'Torah's oilo, you don't need the carbon oilo. It's better than, it's just as good as the oil. You don't even need the carbon anymore. Now, l'choire, according to what we see from this Gemara, soon we'll see the chiluk of Reish Lakish and Revah. But according to what we see from this Gemara, let's ask a question from the oil. What you hold? Bizman hazeh, a yid did aveira, Hashem yirachem, and he needs to bring a carbon chatos. What does he do? He does what the Gemara says. He opens a chumash and says, "V'davar Hashem al Moshe Leimer." If a person will make a chait, kach v'kach, he should bring a korban chatos. Closes the chumash, ge'ended. L'choyer, is he done with the korban chatos now or not? Kol ha'oisik b'Torah's chatos, ki'ilu hikriv chatos. When Mashiach comes, why will he need to bring a new korban chatos? Why did Rabbi Shmuel have to write in his pinkos? Rabbi Shmuel could have just said the parsha of Oila and finished with that. Rabbi Shmuel was Bizman Abayis?
No.
Bizman Abayis l'choyer not.
The one who goes into the maybe this is talking about him after the.
So here we're obviously talking after the Chorban because he's saying Likish Yibona Beis Hamikdash. And besides, there's a Tosfos that says there's two Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha. This is not the same one. Akaponim, if someone was oisik, if Rabbi Shmuel later, good kasha. So the emissary is as there's this kasha is a kasha that which the Chidah asks this kasha in a different way. The Chidah asks this kasha. He has a sefer called the Rosh Dovid, one of the numerous form of the Chidah. The Chidah made endless form. Each one is just mind-boggling. His form is so sweet. So he has a sefer Rosh Dovid ala Torah. It shows tremendous ideas and goiness. And the Chidah brings this shal. He says, we daven for the Beis Hamikdash, and one of the main focus, one of the main emphasis we put is to be able to bring Carbonos again. Yetiva b'rtzoinches tzion tiv nechoim Yisrael oz tachpoit zivchei tzedek oilo v'cholin oz yalo mizbachach aforim. We keep asking that we'll be able to bring Carbonos again. And v'shom na'avotcho be'iro k'mei oilam is also na'avotcho be'iro means the avodas ha'Carbonos. So he asks, why will we need the avodas ha'Carbonos? If we have the solution for our chatoim, that you read the parsha of Oila, that's Ki'ilu Hikriv Oila, so what do you need the Beis Hamikdash to make Carbonos for? Carbonos you could do Bizman Hazeh through saying the parsha. Also he fragt the Chidah. And the Chidah brings two answers. And he says that he brings two terutzim from the Mefarshim. One teretz is that even though Kol ha'osik b'Torah is Ki'ilu Hikriv, he says an incredible idea. He says, we know that certain Carbonos, at least called Mchatos, had two halakim in it. There was the chelik in the called Mchatos, the one onto the Mizbeach. The emurim, the chalovim, the fat would go on the Mizbeach, the dam, and there was a chelik of the bosser of the called Mchatos. What would they do with that? Koyanim oichlim, uba'alim iskap. The koyan would eat it, and that would be part of the kapara of the guy bringing the called Mchatos. Zok techidah b'shem the mefarshim. He says, Kol ha'osik b'Torah only works on the chelik ha'gavoya. Osik b'Torah is between you and Hashem. You tell the Rabbi Shloimy, listen, I wanted to bring a korban oila. I'm learning the parsha. You accepted ki'ilu I brought the korban oila. But the chelik ha'bosa that the kahanim have to eat, there's no Kol ha'osik b'Torah. The kohen has to eat it. That needs to be b'poil mamish. So for those korbanos, they have a chelik of achilas kahanim, it doesn't work Kol ha'osik b'Torah saying. Also he sagt the Chidah one tenth, b'shem the mefarshim, which is very gishmak. By the way, they explain, according to this, why Rabbi Shmuel had to write Avichatos. Why Avichatos? Because he wasn't Chayiv and Oilo, he was Chayiv and Chatos. And one of the Chalokim of Chatos goes to who? Goes to the Kohanim. And for the Chelik HaKohanim, Rabbi Shmuel couldn't just read the Parsha of Chatos. So Rabbi Shmuel says, L'kshibona Beis Hamikdash, I'll bring a Chatos. And what did Rabbi Shmuel add one word? Avichatos, Shmeino. What's the Shmeino business? What does it matter? Skinny chatos and fat chatos? Because Rabbi Shmuel meant to say, I have a chatos. Between me and the Eivish I'm taking care of. The Ike Chelik I need the chatos is for the Kahanim to have the flesh, for the Kahanim to have the meat. Ovi chatos shmeino, the Kahanim should have plenty meat. So that's one mahalach why Rabbi Shmuel couldn't suffice, wasn't enough for him to be oisik in the past. Another mahalach, says the Chidah, is that kol oisik b'Torah's oilo ke'ilu hikriv oilo is just ke'ilu. But it's not perfect. It's not all the way complete supplement for korban. It's a small substitute. Now nafkimina according to these two malachim is also by korban chata is nafkimina also. If a person is mechuyev to bring a korban chatas nowadays, so zok techidah, let's make our cheshbon. He reads the parsha of chatas. Tomorrow Mashiach comes, so nechzana. According to the first mahalach, that the oisik b'Torah's chatos wasn't complete, didn't work for the chelik HaKohanim, what would you tell this fellow now? Should he bring a chatos again or not? Should he bring a korban? Yeah. He said the parsha. The parsha yesterday was a 50%. It didn't work for the chelik HaKohanim. But if you go with the second mahalach, the be'etzem kol oisik b'Torah's chatos works completely like a chatos. Elamai, it's no mitzvah menamuvcha. If he was yoytze the ikar chiyuv already, you can't just bring a korban because mitzvah menamuvcha, it's chulin ba'azar. If you don't have to bring, you can't bring a korban chatos. So nafkamina between these two times. Pardon? Very good point. Either Hashem will bring up a very good, what's your name? Danny. So Danny is bringing a very good nekuda. He's saying, what happens if a person passed away, and then by tchias hamesim, if then he'll also have to make up for the korban. So apparently, the Ram, on that Gemara of Rabbi Shmuel that I quoted before, the Ram says like this. The Ram brings B'Shem HaToisves. It doesn't say in Toisves, our Toisves, but the Ram, Kedusha Ram, brings this B'Shem HaToisves. I'll read you the Lashon. Says, V'omru b'Toisves, the Heidi Ka'omar l'kshibona Beis Hamikdash, right? That Rabbi Shmuel said l'kshibona Beis Hamikdash, beyomov Ka'omar. What does he mean b'yomov? While he's alive. The ila acha sheyomus efshar. Once the owner died, then he doesn't have a chiyuv of a korban chatos anymore. So the Ran says that b'yomov means dafki. Dafki of the Beis Hamikdash. You see how a Yid has to live with emunah and biyas Mashiach. Rabbi Shmuel didn't say, I'm going to write in the pinkers because maybe in 500 years he'll come. Rabbi Shmuel was an old man. Rabbi Shmuel said, I'm writing in the pinkers because he might come tomorrow. He might come any given day while I'm still alive. And then I'll want to bring it up. The Reb Chaim Palachi has a sefer, Leif Chaim. He tells us that al pi Ariya Kodesh, he says, Midivra Ariya Kodesh Mevoyer, that even after Tchiyas HaMesim, people will still have to make up the Korban Chatas. And he says, why does the Ran say B'yomov? What's the Lashon B'yomov? Why did the Rishonim say Dafki B'yomov? So he says, no, he means Fakir. He means if a person will die, and then by Tchiyas HaMesim, Mashiach will come, then when Mashiach will come, then where are you going to find your paper? I mean, you wrote the pinkas, yeah, but from 500 years by Tchiyas HaMesim, where are you going to find your pinkas? Just for practical purposes, if you want a pinkas, point of writing down is only you'll carry it along in your wallet if Mashiach will come tomorrow. But for Tchiyas HaMesim, you're not going to have your wallet with you, because when a person goes to the cave, he doesn't take it along with him. So Mashiach will tell him if he's chayav korban chatos. But he tells us that al pi Ari, even after Tchiyas HaMesim, the person will still have to make up his korbanos. Akoponim, Zok the Chidah. Let's go back to the Chidah. Zok the Chidah, incredible. He said, what's the machlokes of Resh Lakish and Revah? Resh Lakish said the Lashon, Kol ha'osik b'toire chatos, ke'ilu hikriv chatos. Revah said, Kol ha'osik b'toire, einoi tzorich loy oila v'loy mincha. Zok the Chidah, if you look closely on the Lashon, you'll see that according to Resh Lakish, it's only a ke'ilu. Ke'ilu means it's as if. It's nicht perfect, it's as if. Ke'ilu. But according to Revah, it's mamish. According to Revah, it's mamish like you brought a corn. Oy bazoi. Zok Techidah, Rabbi Shmuel that wrote in his Pinkas Avi Chatos Shmeina, he holds like who? Like Resh Lakish, the one that learning the parsha isn't completely like bringing the korban, and therefore you will need to make up the korban later. As is Zok Techidah. Now, there's a sefer called Tshuva Me'ahav. Shaina Nomet, Tshuva Me'ahav, sefer, Tshuva sefer, responsive. This, I think, is a Talmud of the Noide B'Yehuda, if I remember correctly. The Tshuva Me'ahav says a Gevaldige Chap. According to what we just said now, what was the Mahalach we just said now? We said that the Oilo L'Moshel, according to the first Mahalach, we said that Kol HaOisik works only for the Chelik HaGavoya. For the chelik of the achilas hakohanim, it doesn't work, and that's why you can't just read the parsha of chatos. It only works partially. You'll still have to bring a korban to make up for the chelik of achilas kohanim, right? Like the Chidah said. So the Tshuva Me'ahav says, according to this, is va'emfet a kasha of the Mogen Avram. Big kasha of the Mogen Avram. The kasha is found in Siman Aleph and Shulchan Aruch Erechayim. First Siman in Shulchan Aruch. You open up the Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch writes that a person should say every day in the morning, you say Parshas Akedeh, Parshas Atomid. Shulchan Aruch writes, you say Parshas Oila and Parshas Chatos. Again, Parshas, I think most people don't have this meaning, but Parshas Oila and Parshas Chatos. Also steht in Shulchan Aruch. Comes the Mogen Avram. It says, I don't understand. We know there's a rule of thumb, it's mentioned in the Gemara in Zvachim, that whenever a person needs to bring a chatos and the oila together, which one do you bring first? Chatos or oila? You always bring chatos. Chatos always comes first. Why? The Gemara says, because chatos is mechaper. First you say sorry, and after you clean the avere, that's when you start bringing presents. When someone's in a fight with you, you don't bring him a present. First of all, you say sorry, you work things out, and then you bring a doil. Oil is a doil. So the rule is always chatos before oila. Ad kedei kach, the Gemara says in Zvachim Daf Tzadik, that even if you have a chatos or oif and an oilas behem, which normally the rule is always that who has precedence? A behem is cheshivet than a bird. But chatos comes before oila, even chatos or oif before oilas behem. So ich steht la loch, also ich steht the Gemara in Zvachim. Comes the Mogen Avram and asks, when you're reading the parshas, why does the Shulchan Aruch write to say the parsha of Oila, and then the parsha of Chatos. The Seder should have been to do first the parsha of Chatos, and then the parsha of Oila. Good kasha, no? Chatos comes before. Zog the tshuva half little fella. So sweet. He says, we said before that kol oisik b'Torah is ki'ilu hikir. But we just said b'shem d'chidah that it only works for the chelik of the mizbeach. For the chelik of the kahanim, it doesn't work. So let's think about this. The oila. What do you do with the oila? What does it call? What happens with the korban oila? Kolil legavoya, no one eats anything from it. The chatos, part goes on the mizbeach, part goes to the kahanim. So the tshuva me'av, kumta is nowadays. When you read the parsha of oila, is reading the parsha of the oila complete? Yes. Kol oizik b'toras oila, ki'ilu hikir v'oila. When you read the parsha of Chatos nowadays, is it as good as the Chatos? Why not? Because you're missing the chelik of the kahanim. So when you're bringing the real Carbonos, avada, there's a din kedima, who comes first? The Chatos. But when you're doing the parshiyos, so the parshas oila nowadays is a complete supplement versus the parshas Chatos, which is an incomplete supplement. So when you read the parsha, which parsha should you say first? Parsha oila. So end for the tshuva me'av. What do you mean? They get the heights too.
Also. It's not part of the kapara.
Very good.
It's not part of the card.
It's a matol. It's matnes kohanim. The Lashon HaGemara is kohanim oichli mubalim iskar.
It's part of the kapara. It's part of the.
The achilas kohanim is part of the kapara. This is a gift they get. Yeah, it's a gift that they get. It's like matnes kohanim. Now, I just want to add, there's a sefer called Das Kedusha. Das Kedusha was written by Rabbi Foel HaKohen MiHamburg a couple of 100 years ago. And Rabbi Foel HaKohen MiHamburg says so beautifully, he says the same idea like we just said now. He said, normally when you bring the korban, which do you bring first? You bring the chatos, right? But we just said from the tshuva me'ahave, when you read the parshas, what do you do first? You do the parshas oil first, because the kriya is more b'shleimus than the kriya of the chatos. He says, that's what we say by davening. It goes so nice in the words. Bring back the correct seder. Now we do Carbonos nowadays by learning, but now we have a different seder. Now the seders we do first oila and then chatos. But when it will be Hashem Shchinas L'Tzion Yirecha, it'll be the seder avodah l'Yerushalayim. Order of the avodah will come back. The emes is that interesting that in every time the Torah writes, someone has to bring a oila and a chatos. L'moshel by Yoledes, Parshas Tazria, the Torah writes she has to bring a oila and a chatos. Which one does the Torah mention first? Oila or chatos? Oila. Why does the Torah write oila first? If you always have to bring the chatos first, that's why you frag the Gemara in Masechta Zvochem. And the Gemara gives an answer. Very, very interesting answer. Shvere teretz. The Gemara says, Lo yekdimo hakosuf elo lim mikro'o. That's the Lashon HaGemara. You can see it here in the last article on the page. So the Gemara says, if you look all the way at the bottom, Omar Rove, mamish in the last line, Omar Rove, lemikro igdimo hakosuf, which means when it comes to being makriv, the Carbonos, who is first? The chatos is first. But the Torah, in the kriya of the Torah, oila is first. What does that mean? So Rashi explains that when you read the pasuk in Chumash, you read the word oila before the word chatos. I don't understand. Obviously, you're not going to flip. That's how the Torah wrote it. You're going to flip the pasuk in the Chumash. You're going to read it backwards. Tzfas doesn't agree with Rashi's pshat. Tzfas says a different pshat. Also, mechudesh the pshat. Tzfas says you bring the chatos before the oila, but you magdish when you separate the korban. You magdish the oila before the chatos. Doesn't mean when you read it. It means when you say, when you koirei shema korban, when you call it the name, you do first the oila and then the chatos. If I'm allowed to say, I don't want to push my head in between Rashi and Tzfas, but if I'm allowed to say my humble add-on, So according to what we just said now, the Gewaldig, what the Gemara is saying. Normally, when you're makriv, what do you bring first? Chatos. When you read the Parsha, when there won't be a Beis Hamikdash, and you're going to be Isaac in the Parsha, then which one should you read first? You should read first the oil. The Torah wrote the oil first to teach you that sometimes the oil is first. When? When you read it. It's ganz a glatte pshat. I'm saying somebody for sure says it's too good, huh? Has to be someone says. I'll have to cut out a little bit because we have to finish in 5 minutes. I don't want to schlep the oil. Now, Stam, interesting nekuda that I think what's the idea? We're saying that al derech drush and al derech chassidus. What's the Indian that we said that even though you could read the parsha of the chatos, but it doesn't help for the achilas kehanim. You still have to bring a korban chatos to make up for the achilas kehanim. So we know that the goal of the Beis Hamikdash was to make a dir LaKadosh Baruch Hu b'tachtonim, to make a house for HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world, and the tachlis, the shleimus of Beis Hamikdash will be la'asid love when HaKadosh Baruch Hu will mamish come, and the whole world will be filled with the Kedusha of Ashras HaShechina. So the Sfarim say that a part of uplifting the whole Gashmis, of letting the Oira HaKadosh Baruch Hu shine into the Gashmis, is dafke by bringing a physical calm. Coming to the Beis Hamikdash, people were Isaac in physical animals. Animal is the most materialistic thing. Why do you do dafke that in the Beis Hamikdash? So the Sfarim Chassidus explains that there's doimim, tzomeach, chai, medab. And the doimim feeds the tzomeach. How does grass grow? From the doimim. You pour water, water is a doimim, water pours water, you water the grass, and the grass grows. The tzomeach feeds the chai. The animal eats the grass. And this chai is then brought to a korban in the Beis Hamikdash to bring a kapara for a human being. So you elevated the doimim into tzemeach, into chai, and eventually into medabel. So you maler the whole gashmis, you're making the whole tachtoinim, tachton sheva tachtoinim, and you're making it a aliyah for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Mendel can say, it goes very geschmack with what we just said. The chelik hakom that cleans the avera, that brings the Kodesh Baruch, that's mechaper, the tikkun in the oilam is elyonim, happens with kol ha'osik b'teres chatos. You read the parshas chatos in Shavayim, it erases the file, erases the case. Say that you have a tikkun. But lemasa, when a person did the avera, it was doichik ragle hashchenim. Person does avera, pshat is he kivyochel pushed away HaKadosh Baruch Hu from oilam hazeh. He showed his no HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hey, I'm the one doing what I want. How do you bring back the dir b'tachtoinim? Dir b'tachtoinim is not enough for the oisik b'toinos chatos. This you're going to have to bring a physical chatos and bring dafke beheme and dafke have the kohen eating the flesh, which is a gashmistic act, and only that will be the shleimus of the dir b'tachtoinim. Now, them I saw brought down in the Kutei Siches, I didn't see it inside, I saw brought down. Bavitcher Rebbe asks that Lo shamanu me'olam, that people should write down on a pinkas that they're going to make up for the Carbonos chatos. He said, that they wrote down on the pinkas how many Carbonos chatos they have. So the Tashpets, Shuvas Tashpets writes that you don't need to write it down. Rabbi Shmuel did it as a midas chassidus, but there's no need to write down because la'asad love Mashiach will come, and Mashiach will be a moirach v'doin, and it'll smell, and it'll be able to tell you right away. He'll say you need 35 Carbonos chatos, whatever the case is. So you don't need to write it down. You'll need to bring it home, but there's no need to write it down. That's how they fa'emfen. To wrap up, there's a lot more I want to finish over here because I don't want to go over time. The nekuda kumta is to sum up the three nekudas we started with. Legabe Carbonos tzibur, the pashtus we would have said that avazman bottle Carbonos. We have the chidush of the Rambam Mipano, we have the whole Bnei Yisrael, how he teaches around and the whole nusach in the siddur, that on the Rosh Chodesh you'll have to make up from this Rosh Chodesh from the previous years. And Ad Kedi Kach Bnei Yisrael says you won't even bring the chatos from that Rosh Chodesh because there will be no need. The only chatos will be only to make it up. Then we had the second Nikuda, will a Yochid need to bring? So we just said that the Pashtas we have in the Gemara of Rabbi Shmuel, we saw from Chaim Palagi, that even after Tchias HaMesim, the person will have to bring again these Carbonos Chatas, and we said it's not enough to read the Parshi, because the Parshi doesn't help for the Chelik HaKoyanim. A few things we explained with the order according to that. The third Nikuda is whether the Chlal will be Carbonos La'asid Lavai. So there is a medrash, I'll say this mamas in a half a minute, there is a medrash where it says that La'asid Lavai there will be no need for Carbonos. Because there will be no Chatoy, the only carbon there will be is a Toida. The Maisa, the Psukim and Yecheskel clearly say that we kachatos, ka'oilo, v'chashlomim, and we say, os, tachtoit, zivchei, tzedek, oilo, v'choli, lavadu, v'choli, pashtes, no be Carbonos La'asid Lavai. So I saw one of the Meforshim, one answer, he says, be'etzem, the only carbon will be a carbon Toida. Or the Psukim say that there will be chatos and oil and all these things, it's just a hashlomah. Just a shloma, according to what we said, that you have to be mashlim from the previous years, the shloma will be that Ezer Hashem should be zoichet and hero v'yomeinu, to go see it live with our own eyes and bring the Carbonos, be mashlim the Carbonos, the bias Mashiach tzidkeinu v'hero v'yomeinu.
Amen. It says, my mother, regarding this question, but again, it says, no, bring the message. So I guess what the Marash is not. Or about the ask the question, what's going to be Carbonos? So the Valley Carbonos Sibur will be this that it says for Carbonos. Is only Carbonos. The only Carbonos that will keep this Toida. It's Toida. That's a Carbonos.
Yeah, shame. Halachik with Sibur and it. Validity. Shkoyev.
What's going to say with the man until you anybody that has to wait that first off, so then we'll have to wait.
I have a lot of time to slap that to the wheel. It's just moves very fast. Please help me out. What's the difference where it's side of the Colossus? Yes, you had a couple of years. Right, there's going to be no new. No new called type. Just to catch up. So, what about the people who, I guess once Mashiach comes now, the people who are still alive, still have all people who died, and alive still have all their choices. That could be a lot. Okay. It's not going to be a lot. That would be one. That's what I'm saying. But please take some pictures. It's time to get money. It's right.
So I'll send you the link. You can send it out because I have it all recorded.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, 4.5 hours of recording over here.